Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Line. I bet you it freaks you out every time I'm looking over here when I say hello. Anyway, welcome in to another fantastic stream. I didn't stream yesterday because I had a meeting with our new employee. We went through a whole bunch of GIS stuff. He's up and running again. And hopefully his connection will stay stable enough that he's able to get the work done that he needs to get done. I'll be working with him quite a bit in the upcoming weeks, probably after Christmas. I will meet with him again on Monday, so we'll have a little bit of a shorter stream. Well, I guess we'll go back to my normal length stream. No, I'm going to end at my normal time, which was 12:30 Pacific time on Monday. But as far as the rest of this week is concerned, we'll do a normal stream today. I keep saying normal. They're not normal. They're all special streams. So I have been streaming from 9:30 to about 1:30 Pacific time, and Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then on Fridays I do community day from 10:30 to 12:30. So that's going to still happen this week. Next week's schedule is going to be Monday starting at 9:30 but ending at 12:30. So an hour earlier, so that I can meet with the GIS person. And then no stream on Wednesday. That is Christmas Day. For those of you that do celebrate Christmas, I hope you have a fantastic Christmas. For those of you that don't, but you still get a break from work, from whatever else, I hope you enjoy that. So no stream on Wednesday, and then regular community day stream on Friday. And then of course the week after with New Year's, I mean, we'll play it by ear, but probably no stream on New Year's Day either. New Year's Eve. Whichever one of those days is the Wednesday. I don't think it's either, actually. Yeah, it is. Wednesday. So 2 Wednesdays in a row, no stream. We'll plan on no stream. But yes, it did go well. I hope you're having a great day, Big Amy. Will you be starting your stream in about 30 minutes? Yay. Maybe. Maybe. I'll be there lurking if you do. All right. Yeah, it is my off stream day, but I will be streaming. Yeah, you mentioned it yesterday. close to the end of your stream. So looking forward to it. For those of you that don't know Big Gamey, I'm sure all of you already do. But if you don't know Big Gamey, definitely check him out. His streams are great. I love, love, love his community. Bit Gamey. We'll give you a shout out later in the stream today too, so that people know it'll happen while you're live, most likely. But fantastic streamer, fantastic person. I was confused thinking it was Tuesday yesterday, but since I said I would, I will. Well, don't let me pressure you into it. I do love being around your stream, even if I'm not always participating. There is a little bit more honesty that I want to put into that, though. Sometimes it does get pretty stressful, so I have to turn the volume way down. You got some trolls in there, and they're all well-meaning, and you definitely roll with them, and you enjoy their company as well. So I'm not going to tell you not to have trolls, but sometimes I just got to turn it down. That's a spicy meatball, for example. I might have had to turn you down during that part. But that's okay. I still love being on your stream. Hello, TBD Gamer. Things are going great. I hope you had a good rest this morning. I know you said that it's parenthood that was keeping you from streaming, but I hope it wasn't stressful. I still hope that you were able to enjoy your morning regardless. Awesome. Thank you so much, TBD, for that gift sub to Bit Gamey. You're super duper kind. Again, we'll give you a shout out later on in the stream when we have everything rolling, but I will go ahead and do one in 3, 2, 1 now. Cool. Yeah, so check out tbdgamer.net developer working on an application called Liquid Sky, project management and planning application for doing project management and planning, which is specific to, or not specific, it is in my opinion, it looks to be like it's going to be a really big improvement over other project management and or planning applications that are out there, like Jira, Azure DevOps. The way that the work is going to be distributed or broken up, the things that developers care about, they're going to see the things that project managers and owners, product owners are going to care about, they're going to see, and they're going to be able to collaborate with each other a lot better in a more organized way. And hello, Sam Saga's Many? Did I get that right? Was I anywhere close? But welcome in. If you have never ever seen a One Lion stream, the thing, it means Samwise in Spanish. Really? So both of my parents, yeah, like Samwise Gamgee, both of my parents are from Puerto Rico. I don't think I know the word Sagas Many. Huh. Anyway, so what my streams are about. Oh, Sagas. Sagas is wise? Really? Sagacious, shrewd, wise. Wow. So it's like sabio. Okay. Okay. Yeah, first time seeing that word. Many is just my nickname. Awesome. Samwise Many. Nice. Anyway, hi, welcome in. So, this is a stream where I do a portion of my workday on stream so that, one, I get to work with other developers. So I am a solo developer, and I started my stream 6 years ago now, because I had always been a solo developer and I hadn't had access to other developers during my workday other than watching other YouTube channels or other streamers. Like, there weren't very many Twitch streamers at the time that I knew about, especially not those that were doing .NET development. So I was watching one particular streamer on YouTube since 2014 or 15. His name is Jesse Weigel. He was doing React, and it was just really, really good to be around another developer's productive energy, have them be working on whatever they're working on while I was doing my job. And so I found that to be highly motivational to continue doing my work. So anyway, I was like, after he stopped streaming and COVID happened, I was like, I may as well stream, start getting in contact with other developers. Like, I'm highly, I'm going to say it this way. You don't have to believe me, but I'm highly introverted. I don't like really interacting with people very much unless it's on my terms. And of course, a stream is kind of on my terms. So I like talking about software. I like discussing techniques and software development with other developers, other opinions, getting opinions from you guys, using you as rubber ducks, all of the above. Then for a while, I went and worked for a company where I was actually part of a development team. So there were other developers there. That situation, I found out that I'm not very good at. So I came back to this job. So, man, this is like a very, very disjointed way of putting all of these things together. But I went away from doing work on these applications. I was working for a consulting company. Then I went to the consulting firm, and then I worked there for 2 years, and then the prime contractor at the location that I was at rehired me as a direct contract. So I'm not going through a consulting agency, a consulting firm, or consulting company. I am direct hire, direct contract to them, and working on the same applications that I was before under better circumstances. And it's been amazing. So I'm back to streaming my day job. What we're currently working on is a data import library where we're providing the ability to pick an Excel or CSV file, get the data from it, and then output it to essentially, or in the grand scheme of things, because I can't word right now, output it to a database. And that's done as of yesterday morning. I finished it all yesterday morning. So now what we're going to do today is clean up the UI, separate out the things that are specific to this library, and then add some missing features like the ability to skip import rows. And I'll show you what I mean by that. I'm running the application and I'll run through a full test run. We're going to clean up code. We're going to separate out the UI components into the separate library. And we're going to figure out where we're going to put the actual application, whether I'm just going to deploy it as a new standalone application for now, just so they have the tool as soon as possible, or if I'm going to go ahead and try to upgrade RTrack or RMA Water to .NET 8 and then put it in one of those apps. So I manage at least 7 web applications and 1 desktop app now. Yeah, only 1 desktop application that's going to be integrated into a web application. So we'll be doing all of this on stream in some form or another. But anyway, D-Rock said, team integration takes practice. It does. I agree. And TBD tagged on, and a functional team. So the people that I had the opportunity to work with were fantastic knowledgeable .NET developers. They'd been in the industry for 30 plus years. Together, they probably had 60 years of experience between them. The two major developers on the team that I was in, we had one tester and then two UEFI guys. It was a desktop application that also had a UEFI component where you could boot into your UEFI, boot into the BIOS essentially, and run the diagnostics applications. So that was a lot of fun. But just like my work ethic didn't jive with the team's work ethic. And there were a lot of things that I had to kind of compromise on as far as my values and my integrity went. And I was like, I'm gonna finish the work that I said I'm gonna do, because again, integrity. But once it's done, I will leave a cleaned up, documented code base for you guys so you can continue the work. But I'm gonna need to move on from this team. And I did. But Sam says, cool, I'm also a .NET dev. Awesome. But just backend. I don't like Razor too much. Or I'm assuming any UI. Like UI was something that I really, oh, hi Stony Eagle. I didn't actually say hi to you. Sorry about that. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I used to really not want to do anything UI related, but again, being a solo developer who my initial job when I came to it's the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge. So if you're interested about the actual location that I work for, they have a pretty long history, and it has to do with manufacturing chemical weapons, having a chemical manufacturer, pesticides manufacturer on part of the land as well, and then not really, what's the word I'm looking for? Not really disposing of the chemicals in a very good way. So there was this big environmental hazard that happened, and they had to do this massive cleanup. And so we're long after the cleanup happened. And now we're just monitoring to make sure that there are still no chemicals in the water or in the ground, in the soil. And it has been opened up as a wildlife refuge, as a national park, essentially. So it's very cool. What was I saying about the Arsenal, though? When I first started working for them, all of their web applications were JSP applications, Java Servlet pages, and they needed them converted to .NET. And then all of the desktop applications, they had 3 desktop applications. They were in VB6. They needed them, again, converted to something more modern. And at the time, I went from the JSP applications to .NET MVC using .NET Framework 4.7 or 8, depending on when I got to the application. And then for the desktop apps, went from VB6 to VB.NET WinForms, because it was the easiest port over. Needed to get it all done within a year. I did. It was crazy. Also moved from an on-premise server situation to the cloud. So we're now hosted in AWS. And after I got all of that completed, I was able to take a 5-minute breather and then started converting the applications to this amazing new technology that I heard was coming out, and I was excited for it. And it was called Blazor, and I started using it, and I loved it. Converted the majority of the applications from .NET MVC to .NET Blazor. And now I am still in the process of wanting to clean those applications up, because I haven't had the chance to just work on cleanup. Right now it's just been, let's keep adding features. Let's keep making them better by adding more functionality. And then whenever a bug happens, jump on the bug, fix the bug, and then start trying to continue whatever feature they had asked you to work on. And it's been a crazy ride, but oh my gosh, it's so much fun. The point is that because I remember where I was going with this. The point is that because I had to do all of these conversions on my own or mostly on my own. I did have a new developer. There's an entire story about the whole situation with there was a team of 4, and by the time I started my first day, there was a team of me and then a help desk person that went to a developer position, but they had never done software development before. So anyway, that was a fun situation. So I was doing all of this UI work, and after a while, I started getting patterns for how to do the UI, especially in Blazor. That got really fun. Then when I went to work for the other place, my primary job was to modernize the UI, was to take someone's Figma redesign of the existing application and implement it in Blazor for a desktop app. And that was a ton of fun. I got used to using Figma. I started actually enjoying doing UI work, which is insane to say out loud. And now just like doing UI, throwing it together. I mean, it's still secondary to what I prefer to do, which is the core logic, the functionality, the modernizing the legacy line of business code into more modern syntax, refactoring, making it run faster, making it cleaner. But if I get the opportunity to spend time on UI, I really do enjoy doing it now. A crazy person putting enjoy and UI in the same sentence. Sam says, awesome, maybe one day I'll enjoy it too. I hope so. But yes, I will call you Stony, if I remember. Like when I first see you, I'll most likely still say your whole name, Stony Eagle. You said the whole thing. To make it easy, I'm just having a leisure day, can't restart the code, and I am fed up with front end for now. Oh man, so many people just not liking UI, and it's completely understandable. You are not judged on this channel for not liking UI. In fact, you are very welcome here. If you don't like UI, you are extremely welcome. Because I get it. I absolutely get it. I would rather spend the majority of my time writing code that is functionality for the application itself. Like my company's tagline is enhancing life through automation, not enhancing life through UI. But of course, the UI aspect is what people are going to be interacting with. So it's kind of a necessity for my company's goal, one of my company's goals, I should say. Sam says, I actually worked a few months on React.js app and it wasn't so bad, but I prefer backend always. Absolutely understandable. Me too, still. Okay, so as I mentioned, I am going to show you the current state of the application. There is one quick change that I want to make before I do this. I forgot. Where is my lab data service? I put that note. Didn't I put that note in here? Oh dear. Oh dear. Hello? I put a note in here for myself that when I'm doing the final upload, I need to check to see if there's an existing set of records. Var lab lots equals for upload select new lab lot distinct. Right. I keep trying to do this. I don't know why I do this to myself. This here is going to create an anonymous object. I'm always thinking is going to create an anonymous struct or an anonymous value type, but it creates an anonymous reference type. So when I do new pairing of lab lot, what I'm going to get back is the same number of objects, even if the lab and lot are repeated, because they're all new objects. They are not the same reference. So what I think I would prefer back is the tuple of lab lot. And then that can be distincted, I think. We'll find out before I save changes. Oh, but this is going to be really hard because I'm wanting to select all records that already exist in the target table that match this lab and lot. Yeah, it's just much easier if I created a maybe a record. How do I create an anonymous inline struct? Is that a thing? Stony says, now that I have had proper guidance of UX and UI from a professional designer, I started to like working on the front end a bit, and sometimes therapeutically. Yeah. And I think that's what happened to me. The designs that the designer gave me were beautiful. They were amazing looking. They weren't complete, so there was a lot of stuff that I had to add on my own. And again, very, very little UI desire / experience. So I don't know that I did a great job of trying to add to their existing design and follow their patterns, but it was still just like their redesign of the application was amazing, especially compared to the original. And I would tell you what the original app is, but because when I was working for Sogeti, which is the consulting firm that hired me, it's their client, and even while working with them, I wasn't allowed to disclose who the client was. So I don't really want to do that now, even though I'm not working for them. But yeah, it was cool. Yeah, anonymous type. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, okay. So this is specifically... Yeah. An anonymous type. Okay, but that's fine. How many years of experience do you have in total? Good question. So I will say 11. 11 years of .NET experience. I'll go with that answer as the short answer. So you can stop listening because I'm going to give the long answer now. When I was young, my dad had a Commodore 64, and it came with this book that you could just follow along with, typing the letters on the screen, and then it made a ball bounce across the screen. So that was my first experience with programming, even though I didn't know what I was doing, nor that I would be so interested in it. Then around 1994, 1992, maybe, we got our first updated family computer. Like, we've had family computers for a while, a good long while, since, like, I don't know, a Tandy something, even before that. So we started with a Commodore. Of course, we got an Atari, and then a few more computers along the way. But eventually we got a Windows 95 machine, and on top of that, eventually we got dial-up internet from our local ISP, Oz Online. Oh, it was such a good ISP. I love the way their building smelled. It was terrible. And I love dial-up. Dial-up was the best thing ever. So anyway, since then, I started to look at VB6 or VB, yeah, I guess VB6 was my first programming language that I started to pick up on my own. But in school, I did a little bit of BASIC, had a ton of fun with BASIC. And then in 1998, I was doing VB6, started doing a little bit of work on a chatbot with a company that I'm not going to name their name because I think the owner was a little bit creepy. I did not like being in a room alone with him. It was quite not a good experience, so kind of traumatized by that. But anyway, he gave me a free copy of VB6 with the whole MSDN library, and that's something like $1,500 to $3,000. And that was insane to get. So I started playing with that. Then eventually, I started going to college. So in 2000, I started my freshman year of college, and I went to college for computer science, started with C++ and Java in the same semester. Bad idea for never having touched either of those languages or any object-oriented language, plus never lived by myself. Moved into the dorms that freshman year and made a lot of mistakes. Failed out of my freshman year of college. Ran out of money because I wasn't getting scholarships. I wasn't very good at school. I wasn't getting scholarships. I got a $500 grant for being Hispanic and of a middle income family, but because my parents made just enough money, I wouldn't get very much financial aid. It was kind of annoying. So I ended up working pretty much full-time while going to school part-time just to pay for it. Took out a lot of loans, and it took me 9 years, but I did graduate with a computer science degree. My core GPA was a 3.4, 3.5 for all of my computer science courses, but my overall GPA was like a 2.6. Not proud of it, but just telling you my story to hopefully encourage other people who might think that they're too dumb for software development. You're not. You're amazing. So anyway, I was working human resources. I was doing VBA programming. I was doing macro editing, essentially, automating the use of certain Excel workbooks, Microsoft Access, Word documents, and doing that while working in a human resources office as a classification specialist, essentially, and then a staffing specialist. But my official title was Human Resources Specialist Information Systems, but they had me doing reading and rating resumes. So I got tired of that. But I was still doing as much software development as I could. I finally had the opportunity in 2009 to take a temporary assignment with the headquarters that made our human resources software, and I was working on the actual applications themselves on a temporary basis. And I was like, this is what I want to do for a living. Why am I still in HR? But it wasn't until 2017 that I got my first private sector software development position. And that's why I was saying, like, from 2013, I was doing the .NET stuff. Well, 2009, I guess, was ASP Classic. 2013 was full .NET framework when it was no longer just .NET. It was ASP2 .NET, blah, blah, blah. And then from then on, I just kept doing more and more .NET stuff until it's the only thing that I do now. How's that for a story? I'm done. There was good conversation going on. Sam said, or after Sam's question about how many years of total experience, TBD was like, nothing quite like those rapid speeds and flaky connections with dial-up. And also having your phone line tied up, and if you had call waiting, it interrupted your internet connection. So you had to either get multiple phone lines or just let your phone be busy while you're using the internet, because everyone No one had cell phones at the time. I got my first cell phone in 2000, actually, when I graduated high school. It was a Nokia something or other, little brick of a phone. Um, then Sam said, I have 4 to 5 years and don't feel confident yet. Also, from some time ago to now, I'm kind of demotivated. What do you recommend? Sorry if my English isn't too good. You're definitely making sense and you're asking great questions. I typically spend all of my Friday, or I guess the 2 hours of community day on Friday, going into deep dives on these types of conversations. I don't know why I'm spending so much time on them now when I have so much work to get done, but that's okay. You're new here. You didn't know that we have community days, but those would be great days for conversations like this. We can definitely deep dive into it. For now, what I will recommend is not giving up, seeing that, looking back on what you have accomplished as opposed to what you failed at, or what you still don't know, or why you still feel not so confident. And then my third and final suggestion for now is join a community of supportive developers. You have TBD's Discord. TBD, would you mind posting a link to your Discord? My Discord is very quiet. But if you ask a question there, chances are you will get a response, as long as, at least someone is not super busy. The thing you will not get is berated for asking a question. So there's TBD's Discord. His is a bit more active than mine. He actually does go into voice channel on occasion. And yeah, he's a lot more interactive than me. But either of these resources, they're great communities to help you feel like you aren't the only one who doesn't feel like you are at the level you think you should be, and you are doing great where you currently are. Yeah. So on TBD's channel, it's server, he said that he even has a bannable offense for berating someone for asking a legit question. So yeah. So we like to promote supportive communities, is what I'm trying to get at. So join a supportive community, development community. Know that your feelings of inadequacy, of not being where you want to be, they are normal, and they aren't as valid as you might think they are. If that helps. Okay, TBD then said, I've been at this 25 years. Oh wait, I totally skipped 2 messages. He said to Sam, you'll likely always have a bit of that. Some days are easier than others. Then Stony said, I feel the same, but I won't let that stop me. Yeah, so one thing that does, I don't like this as a solution for very many things. My preference would be to tell you to take a step back from where you are, look at it soberly, and then be more honest and authentic with yourself, including letting yourself know that you are doing a good job. However, there are some times where that is just way too difficult. It's like, I can't find anything about what I'm doing that is where I want it to be. That's at a good level. And then you just kind of spiral from there. So what I would say instead is, if you are in that type of situation, sometimes a better thing to do would be to just tough through it. And I hate that, but sometimes it's the only thing that works. You shouldn't have to tough through anything. You should be allowed to feel the way you feel, but I'm very goal oriented, and I'm a very self-motivated, driven person. And the thing that has worked for me the most often is when I'm feeling the most self-critical, if I just be like, okay, I suck, good, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing anyway, when I really should be addressing that voice and being like, I hear you, I love you, but I'm going to set you aside while I continue my work. Which is kind of the same thing, but from a point of love as opposed to aggression. Anyway, those are my recommendations. The end. So let's run through a quick sample of what the application does, which I still haven't gotten to the thing that I need to change first, which is to look up in the database for an existing set of records. I'm going to do this the brute force way because I was just talking about brute force. And instead of selecting lab lot like this, I'm going to select a list of lab dash lot and then distinct that. Then existing lots is going to be not lab data, TBL imported TRN, where, and there is no lab lots. Oh wait, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. We don't need to select, we just need the existing lots. And then if there are any, then we're going to mark them as deleted. No. We'll just do for each existing lab lot. Hello, Foolish Snabble. Snabble says, I got thrown out of a Discord for agreeing with another dev that it's not always necessary to add a logging framework to every project. So that is an opinion that you are allowed to have wherever you want to have that opinion. It's not hurting anyone as long as you aren't trying to say don't ever XYZ. You're just kind of sharing your opinion saying, I don't think you have to. Then that should not be a bannable offense. So yeah, like I said, we're going to mark this as removed. Probably the easiest way to do it would be context.tbl imported trn.remove. And that'll mark it as removed. And then we'll do the upload for our new ones. Okay, so we're still going to hit the breakpoint here and see if we have these. But here is the full run through of what this application should do. And I'm actually going to stop and restart because I don't trust hot reload at the moment. Where is my folder with my sample data? Here you are. So just so you know, I am using this folder here. I have some CSVs, some Excel workbooks. This one has multiple sheets in the same workbook, but we're going to go with the one that's already formatted to look like what the output data is going to look like. The overall goal of this application, as I mentioned before, is to be able to take any workbook or CSV file, as long as it's well formatted, to have either a header row or not, and then a whole bunch of rows of data, and take that and transform it into a destination object type. So in this case, the object type that we're transforming it to is called an rtrack TRN, and a TRN is specifically a transfer file, and that is a file that is used by our lab. So not our lab, a lab. So we send water and soil samples to a lab. The lab does analyses on them and then gives us back the results. So the TRN file, let's see if we have any in here currently. I keep losing my mouse. And don't look at the UI. This is not one of the UIs that I'm proud of. This is before I went to work for that other company. But this is what the original UI, there he goes. This is what the original UI looked like when I got here. i.e. the golden days. I know. I judge myself hard enough for the UI. You're allowed to have comments and stuff about the UI. I won't stop you, but it would be, yeah, I know is the short answer. So here's a whole bunch of records that were imported by the lab. And so the lab currently, the current lab that we use, generates a file that is fixed width text format. So the first three characters are, or two characters, yeah, first three characters are the installation code, the next three characters are the file type, and so on and so forth. Our application parses this text file by using a lot of substrings and reading line by line to get it into the TRN upload format, the one that goes into the database. This is that imported TRN table, and these are the distinct lab lots in that table that have not been record checked. So if I were to do a record check on this one, for example, then it does a whole bunch of sanity checks and checks against other databases to make sure that we have records for every single one of the samples, that the sample values make sense, that if the data qual is Z, then treats it in a specific way. If the QC flag is Y, treats it in a different way. So the thing that happened recently is that we are now sending our samples to different labs, and those different labs generate output from their analyses in varying formats that we can't really predict. We can ask them, please provide these types of values, but ultimately they're just going to provide whatever file they provide to us. So let's say that this is the shape of data that they provided to us. This is what we got back from the lab. So this kind of looks like our output file. That's because this file in specific was one that had already been processed. It looks like a UI made by a backend developer. So there were 4 developers starting in 2002, I think was the earliest note that we found in the comments in the original source code. So there were 4 developers originally, and then there were a couple that got replaced over the years, and then a 5th one was added, and they all worked on all of these applications. So when I got here in 2017, and they were like, we need these to be converted from JSP to .NET. Oh, and by the way, you only have 1 year to do it. Then I was like, are you okay with the UI looking exactly the way it does? Because I'm not very strong in UI, and it would take me way too much time to redesign the UI as well as convert the app code from Java to C#. If I worried about gaps in my knowledge, I would need therapy, says TBD. Oh man, there's so much comments. I will read those comments out once I am done running through this example. So here's what currently happens. Since the last time you saw this, the thing that I added was the validation checks, like I said I would, so that we can see fields that have validation errors. So if any value in a given field has an error, we will see a warning triangle in the column header of the output side. And that will say one or more rows contain an invalid value for this field. Then every actual value that is invalid for that row will have a red triangle and give you the actual validation message. So in this case, the lab field is required, and we haven't picked anything to map to it. So we do have an existing laboratory field. Ooh. And so that laboratory field will match this. However, let's say that for that laboratory field, I picked a field like site ID. Then first of all, on this screen, it tells me immediately, the output value for one or more of the source fields is not valid for this field. And if I look at the configuration for that source field, I can see which values are invalid. And so this one is invalid because the field lab must be a string with a maximum length of 3. And so that comes from a data annotation on my target type. And so I've been able to successfully use the data annotations to validate the incoming data. The thing that isn't going to be working very well at the moment is, let's say that this is concatenating 2 fields together, and my first field is, let's say, lab. And lab is at most 3 characters. But my second field, actually, I'm going to flip these around. My first field is site ID. Let's say that. Then in site ID, we know that this is more than 3 characters, but this is part of a combined fields thing. So let's say that even in my output, I'm ignoring the site ID column, and then laboratory is the actual one. The final output is valid, but inside of here, for my individual transformation field, it's still going to be invalid for that one field, even though the overall result is going to be a valid result. So it's really hard to talk through and think about, but it does eventually work. So we're going to do a copy value from the laboratory field. We get rid of the error, so we're good to go. This one comes from lot number, and so I hit map, and then our results update, and now there are no errors in either of these 2 fields. So what I've already done is went through and mapped all the fields, and I've saved it as a template to the database, and now I'm going to load that. And again, the UI is just placeholder UI. We're going to clean all that up today and tomorrow and until it's cleaned up. But I am applying it by clicking on it, and I will have a full page loader that says loading template, please wait, kind of thing. And then generating output, because once you load the template, you need to regenerate the output. And of course, right now it has issues with rendering and just not being performant. And there it goes. It just worked. So yeah, I'm gonna do it again anyway. Oh, I'll get to chat in 12 seconds. We're almost done. Oop. Okay, so I am applying the template, and now I'm going to show the preview output, and I purposefully left one error in there just to show one more situation that could happen. Oh man, I thought this was the one where there was only one field. I must have gotten rid of that validation error. So in this case, every single value in the matrix field is invalid because the matrix field requires a 1 character code. So let's fix that mapping for the matrix, so that it is a substring that is only 1 character. So we only care about that first character. That's either going to be an S or a W. And so we see that we've cleared the error, and then once it's done regenerating, we can see that there are no errors here. So at this point is when I would push the upload button, but we do have something to hit a breakpoint for and debug. So what I'm going to do is catch up on chat while this thing starts to run and debug. Awesome. I can't believe all that just worked. So we are up here. If you're working on projects on the side, don't feel bad if you don't complete a project. Take the lessons you learned. It says TBD. Also find projects based around topics you're passionate about. It'll mean learning It'll mean the learning you are doing is about the technology and not about the subject. I could use more if you feel like it. And by the way, for those of you that are new here, if I do ever ask you something directly, don't feel obligated to respond, especially if you're busy doing other things. But if you feel like it, TBD, I'm not sure I understand the difference between doing something related to the technology as opposed to the subject. Like, are you saying the subject would be banking software and the technology is Kubernetes or something like that? Never mind, I think I just answered. Okay, Snubble came in, told us about getting thrown out of a Discord. TBD says, a Discord not worth being in, I feel. To Snubble. Snubble then said, they didn't motivate, but I suspect they felt I was poisoning the minds of young, impressionable devs. Yeah, I do kind of have a fear of that. So, like, I'm all about giving people a space to express their opinions. I do struggle with, and the main reason is for this, I struggle with people that give their opinions as gospel truth, as you should never XYZ because I don't like doing it that way. I mean, that's kind of what the feeling is that I get from them. As opposed to, I don't think you should ever XYZ because I have found that. So this is now my subjective opinion that I'm sharing with you. You're allowed to agree with it, disagree with it. I'm not going to force you into anything. I'm just sharing my opinion with you so you can make your own decision on whether or not it's a good idea, bad idea, etc. That's my preferred approach. And that's kind of the community I want to foster. Stony said, I honestly agree on that statement. The project's complexity dictates the yes or no if you need it. So as far as Snubble agreeing with the person in Discord, Stony's like, yeah, you probably might not need a logging solution for every project. TBD says, I could go on quite the rant, but I'll stop at agreeing with your opinion. Awesome. And then that website looks straight out of the 90s. So here are the login pages for the majority of our websites. You saw RTrack. Whoops. RTrack.RMA Cloud. Oh, duh, because this is running in the debug window. I don't want to load them there. This one's beautiful. It's my favorite. Let's go to water management. Simple, straightforward. This is my default now. This is my template login page that I'm going to be using for all of the .NET 9 applications. Plus, I'm going to do my best, most likely on stream. I hope to be able to do this on stream, to figure out how to get single sign-on. So when you log into one of the applications, that cookie is shared across the entire domain. And I think it's just a setting that I need to set in program files, program.cs on all of the applications. But it's all the same login. It's just whether you have the permissions to use that application associated with your user account. But there's water management. Here's RMA water. And again, I'm logged in. The login page is my standard login for new Blazor applications. Wow. Oh, no, it's not. I have a test version of RMA water that is .NET 9. And that's what I was thinking about. So I haven't published my .NET 8 update of RMA water yet, which I need to do. I was in the middle of doing that before I started on the current feature that we're working on. And it's not in test either. Great. But anyway, it would use the same login as Waterman. What else do we have? HasTrack. HasTrack login is one of my original let's convert this from an Access database to a web application. So that one was fun. And you can see just how slow the auth is for these because I'm using Duende Identity Server. And it's the previous version, the version that's still free. I think it's Identity Server 4 or something. But has track, what else do we have? RMA chain of custody. Ramcock. That sounds terrible. RAM chain of custody. RMA chain of custody has a different login screen with this massive picture. This thing is like 4K, regardless of what size your browser is, regardless of what size your monitor is, and it loads every single time you load the login page. So proud of that. Army Water, Vegemon, which is one of our favorite Pokemon characters. You can see it's just a regular ASP.NET identity page. We showed RTrack. I know I'm forgetting some. Anyway, we have a lot of applications. DDMS. This was the very, very first application that I turned from a VB6 to VB.NET WinForms to Blazor. This was my very first Blazor application in production, and it needs a lot of cleanup, but I'd say it's still a really good first attempt at a web application, at a Blazor app that was made from a desktop app. Hey, I finally went to the login page. I have a user management application. DDMS, RTrack, Vegemon. We had one called Waster Instrumentation, but we no longer have lysimeters, so we don't do lysimeter anymore. Yeah, there were just a bunch. Okay, so that's all of them for now. And then the one desktop app, S-Track. Water management was also a desktop application, but I recently converted that from desktop to web. That was fun. Okay, so catching up on chat still. This was after the website looks like it's right out of the 90s, i.e. the golden days. So, Snobble, I don't know if that i.e. is the Latin in other words, or if it is like Internet Explorer, the golden days, or if it's both. Maybe you meant both. TBD said, I bet there's a table or two under there. Actually, I think I did a pretty good job of removing tables from RTrack. Everything was absolutely a table. These menus was a table. I am pretty sure I got rid of tables. Yeah, so this is a UL, like it should be, for a nav menu with LIs, with sub menus. So yeah. So this is all CSS, by the way. There is no JavaScript involved in this menu system. I was really, really proud of that. Let's go to the record check page. Are there any tables in record check? There's a form. Yes. So instead there's div soup, but still, no tables. Awesome. So I at least got that part decent. And D-Rock says to Sam, I've had the same thoughts. Sometimes noting the difference between feeling less confident versus finding actual gaps in my knowledge helps, so I'm currently focusing on a gap, cloud integration, to help battle against the doubt. Nice. And then Snobble says, I don't mind it. If it loads fast, I'm all in. Yeah, and again, these are line of business applications with very few users. So as long as my users are able to get around and they don't like struggle with the UI, I'm happy as well. Sam says to D-Rocks, I see, that actually makes sense. I think I have too many gaps, but also the gaps are not like specific on topics, so I will think about that. Thanks for the advice. And then Sam said, this UI looks exactly like a UI made from a backend developer. True, 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 true. So true. TBD Gamer said, if I worried about gaps in my knowledge, I'd need therapy. That's where that came from. I fill the gaps as needed as best I can. D-Rocks laughed at that. And then TBD said, I have a 1.5 hour all hands meeting today. Bleh. There's nothing quite like having an 1.5 hours of cheerleading, non-applicable updates with 3K of your closest colleagues to keep you focused on your tasks. But I'm not bitter. Penny came in. Hello, Kenny. Shout out to Kenny Dev. All around fantastic, knowledgeable. Oh my gosh, I can't spell. Shout out to Kenny Dev. Cat person fox thing. You'll know what I mean if you check out their channel. Anyway, amazing times over on Kenny's channel. Kenny works on a million different things. Lots and lots of technology. Cat person box thing. What a description. I said fox. Fox. What the fox? I had an error while configuring the storage inductance. No idea what that is. What is your character anyway? I mean, your. Can I even ask that? Am I allowed to ask that? Fix the cohesion power. I'm sorry, what? Anyway, Sam said, and just 2 people talking and everyone else giving emotes. Did I miss something? I think I missed something. Oh, yeah. About TBD's meeting. Yes. Oh man, yes. And it is almost always 2 people that just take over the whole conversation. So, Chizek, if you are a human being, please type in chat, I am human. Because you kind of seem like a bot right now. And if you can't do that, unfortunately, okay, thank you. So, now that I know that you're human, I'm going to let you know that you are not making sense and it's kind of derailing a little bit. Bro thought I was a robot or something. But if you do have anything that you are wanting help with, I mentioned before that community days are on Friday from 10:30 a.m., which is 5 minutes ago, until 12:30 p.m. And I will be happy to answer more in depthly on questions. Right now, I'm just trying to catch up on chat. Stony says, having SSO is lovely. Absolutely, I agree. They all use the same identity store. They all get their roles the same way. It's just whether or not they have the rules for a given application. So why not use one login for all of the applications? Nice default login. Works mobile form factor too. Yes, it does. TBD says, to clarify, game tracking, Liquid Sky, these are projects that I have a passion for the subject matter. Thank you for clarifying this. I understand what I'm trying to do, so my focus is on how I solve the problems with the technologies rather than understanding what the heck game tracking is about. Got it. So if you're trying to pick up side projects to work on, you're normally doing it to learn technologies. So rather than try and solve a problem you have no experience of, go with the subject you know over a subject that's not familiar to you while trying to learn the technology. Your brain will be split in 2 directions. So when I was working for that other company, I was not able to stream my work product, and now I am. So during that time, we worked on an application called Financial Management Tracker as a stream side project, which you can see on GitHub, open source. We got most of the way through. We spent the last bit of it doing UI, doing lots and lots of UI cleanup. everything is merged into main. So the latest version of the app is in main. I don't have it as a package or anything. You'd have to clone it and see what it's all about. But essentially, it's just a way for you to manually track your spending, your savings and spending. So that would be an example of a subject, financial management. I am familiar with it because I've been doing it since 2013 using Microsoft Access. And I wanted a web application, but I wanted to get better at Blazor. I wanted to get better at UI design and development. So now I'm understanding the technologies themselves. So TBD's point is illustrated through this application, is what I'm trying to say. You have a standing desk, right? Yes, I do. And when I am at this desk, I am standing all the time. I never change it to seated. I don't even have a chair behind me. But on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I know today is Thursday, but I usually stream on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm usually sitting at the couch next to that TV. Yeah. Quite the collection you got there. I just have one. For web applications or what? The meetings begin. Alert time. All right, TBD, do your best. Cat person box thing. So Sizek came in and was talking about configuring storage inductance. I really don't know what that is, but if there's a question there, feel free to ask it, and maybe someone that does know about it. And respond. I wrote some MMX code yesterday, just like it's 1998 again. And he's doing the fox tail, or some kind of tail. Thanks for the shout out. I'm still looking, Kenny, for if you are comfortable sharing what race you are, as far as with the ears and the tail and the colors. Like, is there a name for what type of animal you are? It just goes to show that I haven't really been listening very closely on Kenny's stream. I'm almost always lurking, but yeah. Okay, yeah, the collection of apps. So then Sam said, that was not the exact requirement of the prompt. Potato. Nice. Well, Microsoft Access Vintage. Yeah, I would show it to you, but it has my actual financial information in there. But I did have a screenshot of it somewhere. I don't know where I would have put it, though. Maybe I can find it real quick. Dropbox. Let's see. It would probably be in Better Goody Business stream, live stream. Random notes? No. No. Stream? Images? Random? No. No, but I have this picture. Once it loads. He's a ducky. No. That's Anna. Anna's the duck. So this is true for me. This is my stream personality, of course. I don't want to make people go away, because the point of my stream is to attract other developers that like to talk about software development and such. Coffee, because murder is wrong. One of my favorite ones that I actually added to OBS is the... No. I love that one. And the oh hi. Oh hi. And nom noms. Nom 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 nom. Speaking of nom noms, I actually do need to step away for a quick second. My meal delivery service got delivered, so I need to go pick that up real quick. I will be right back. And then we will continue doing the cleanup of this. So we are currently in the middle of debugging this thingy here. And we need the actual window that opened up for the debug so that we can... Hi, right back. I'm Dukasoft. Hi, Dukasoft. Dukasoft is the best non-bot bot ever. Shout out to Dukasoft. Check out his streams. He streams aerial footage from his drone, and it is such a nice time over on his stream. It's super chill, great conversations, great music. Yeah. Check out Dukasoft. He's also a mod of this channel, if you couldn't tell. So behave or he will swing that hammer. Okay, so I'm gonna go grab the food, and then we will make sure that the existing records are deleted before it tries to add new records. I will swing right back, says Stony. Okay, perfect. Nom 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 nom. Whoa, you could see my hair. Hello. Where are my headphones? Here they are. Why don't eggs tell jokes? They'd crack each other up. Good one, Snubble. So we got 2 dad jokes for the price of none. One from Otherbot. Otherbot says, 2 peanuts were walking down the street. One was assaulted. Out of breath. Then BestBot says, Egyptians claim to invent the guitar, but they were such liars. And then a snubble joke. Give the little tree hamster a wig. That'd be awesome. If the eggs were duck eggs, they would quack. I mean, would they quack? Yes. Okay, so here we go. We're going to troubleshoot. Not troubleshoot. We're going to debug this and see if it deletes the data. Actually, one more thing. Man, we can't debug this yet. Hold on. I have work mail. No, I don't. It was about one of the licenses for our Esri products. But those are good to go. Okay, I need to change my secrets to use my local database on this specific computer so that we can actually look at the database data together. So we're going to do that for the data file import template and rtrack. And we get rid of rtrack data file import template, put a comma at the end of u so that we can get the identity server connection and Armit suite. Cool. Close secrets, back on this screen. All right, so as always, you're always welcome to ask questions, make comments, etc. Oh, that is awesome. I didn't know that because I don't use VS Code. I use the full IDE, but Snubble is saying that, have you read, I think are the first words, have you read that Copilot, GitHub Copilot is free for VS Code now, ? Or did I dream it? So if you're correct, I hope you're correct. That is awesome. In my opinion. Okay, while I'm waiting for that to load, here is my database. And I'm going to open the table that we care about right now, which is going to be the rtrack TBL imported TRN. I did leave the database mostly alone as well, so you're going to notice some oddly named objects in the database. Yeah. Okay. Let's filter. First, we're going to sort by TRN ID descending. Then we're going to filter on TRN ID is greater than the most recent. I clicked ascending. I said descending, and I clicked ascending. We're going to filter on TRN ID is greater than 7375596. Okay, that way we will only ever see new records in here. Still not switching to VS Code, says Dukasoft. Yeah, I just like all of the features that you get for free with Visual Studio. As far as Visual Studio community is concerned, maybe it's more tools than you actually use, maybe it's more things than you need, so it just causes things to slow down and load slow. I am interested in, I mean, like, I've used Visual Studio for so long that I don't really want to switch IDEs, but if I needed to, I'd be interested in trying out Writer now that it has a community edition, essentially, that is free. And for those of you that do use Writer, I hope you are thoroughly enjoying it. I hear good things about it. Accelerate time to value with GitHub Copilot now. So speaking of Copilot, they just sent out an email 20 minutes ago saying that they're going to be in Microsoft Azure Virtual Training Day. Your app would need to be open source. I have no idea how it works. And I have no idea why this errored on us. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I did this last time. I thought I already fixed this, though. Yeah. I think we're erroring because it is looking for a field that doesn't actually exist in my destination. So let's go back to data import utility. Target type mappable field. And I'm pretty sure it is test name code. But it's not test name code anymore. Great. Fantastic. Let's compare. Where's my RTrack in upload model? Okay, let's compare names. I'm gonna move this over to a different screen. Stony says, I can't work with Visual Studio. The UI is too cluttered and overwhelming for me. Writer just clicked. Awesome. I moved to PHP Storm because VS Code was just a show and it just felt too unproductive, so I was already used to it. Cool. Yeah, and again, whatever works for your workflow, more power to you. Okay, we have install code, file type, site ID, prime, lab, lot, method, matrix, unit, measure. Great. Closure indicator, sample number, field sample number, sample program, sample technique, lab analysis number, test name, analysis type, measurement bool, QC test code, flag code, data qualifier, order number, sample date, prep date, analysis date, corrected value, uncorrected value, dilution, QC spike, accuracy, moisture, depth, core exponent, exponent, dill x, QC spike. File name. I didn't see any discrepancies. I did not see any discrepancies. They're all even capitalized the same, so we need to debug that. The big issue is that going from having a saved template on the test database, because that's where I do most of my work from. I connect my apps to the test database so I know what it might act like in production, since they're both hosted in the same cloud service, just two different servers. Dukasoff says, exactly, use what works for you, not what works for everyone else. I mean, you can definitely listen to other people's opinions on why they think the tool that they use is better than the tool that you use, but ultimately it's up to you to make the decision. Does that actually work for me? Because if not, then no. Simple no. Okay. Anyway, point is that all of the properties in this type match the properties that it would have pulled from the table that it is trying to use in imported data file, line 501. Oops. Here. So essentially what's happening is it's saying that one of the field definition names, the field name, is not in the table of fields. And that's just wrong. So let's try this again. Hopefully hit the breakpoint. And let's keep an eye on the field mapping. Excuse me, I want the field mapping. Hello? I want this. Wow, what is happening? I think it's been a while since I've closed my browsers, so not Visual Studio. My browsers are probably taking up all of my resources. Chrome really, really likes to eat resources. Come on, show me Chrome. 3 gigs. Chrome is currently at 3 gigs of RAM. Visual Studio is only at 1 gig. There should still be plenty left, though. I think this computer has 48 gigs. 64 gigs, sorry. Browser eating a lot of RAM. I don't believe it. Okay, can I get some hover context stuff now? No, fine. I'll just put it in watch. It's fine. It's fine. I'll refresh the watch every time. Field mapping dot field name. Uncaught exception. Oh, man. So this happens a lot with the debugger. I don't know exactly what's happening. It's not connecting correctly. It's not setting up all of the socket or whatever debugging needs. I don't know the technical terms for this thing. I just write code to where it's not actually connected to the debugger so that I can inspect values. Okay, what do you say now? Can we get the field mapping, please? Pretty, please. Pretty, please. No. Goodness griefus. Matching field map for field mapping dot field name. And instead of doing first, we're going to do first or default. That way we can get whether it's null or not. Add a couple more parentheses, aka brackets for those of you in the other part of the world. That calls everything a bracket. Don't worry, there's no shame to that. First or default. Question man, field name, else not found. All right, and this way, before it errors on us, we can get a printout somewhere of all of the field names that it passes by. And no, I do not want this to be in a try catch. There shouldn't be any exceptions during this process. And if there are, the application does need to handle it. First of all, I need to fix it in code so there is no error. And then if there is going to be an expected error, then I would want to handle it, but on the UI side as the library crashed, and so the UI is going to try catch fish. So the library, the UI is the thing that's going to say there was an error in the library trying to do this operation instead of just having the library itself do this, because it's unexpected behavior. It shouldn't happen. So I don't want to try catch it. Oh, I said I would do this, and it's been long enough. But Big Gamey has stepped away. I think he's on a school run. I don't know. I don't know what time it is. But he is currently streaming. As I mentioned, his streams are super fantastic, fun. They're great. He has great overlays, and they are themed. Currently, he has a steampunk one that he's been using. He started using. And what else? All of his sound alerts, he has keyword triggers where if you're typing in chat and you type a word that his bot is listening for, then it'll play a sound. He has redemptions that are super fun. The exclamation point fish that Dukasoft typed into chat is actually a command on his channel where you can cast a random fishing line and catch a random thing and earn gold. All right, that went faster. Are you actually... Now that I have a console write line, you're up, Duka. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. Oh, my. Field name is what I'm looking for. Wait, what? Field mapping. Oh, I went into field type on accident. I see. That's weird. Okay, so field name. And we're going to F5 one field at a time until it throws the exception. And so I am actually seeing output in the console. You got 100 points. Your arrow hit the bullseye. Make sure to appreciate the challenge of this game, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. Thank you, Automated Realms. Let's just hope it's not lying to you. Just remember that the highest score is higher than 100, but if you do hit the bullseye spot on to the pixel, which you did, then that is 100 points. So that's the highest score you can get for hitting the target. You get bonus points for how long the arrow stays in the air. But that is our first 100, I think. Site ID. Prime, lab, lot, method, matrix, unit measure, which is supposed to say unit of measure. That's why I keep pausing on it. Closure indicator, sample number. Test name code. Why is there still a test name code? There should not be a test name code. What's going on? Where is test name code coming from? That's not right. So the place that we're getting the incoming field mappings from is the server that does a query to the database that stores the templates. find user template. And in that template, it queries this table. Well, I mean, it includes this table. Field mappings table. Aha. So desu ne. Never mind. It's not just the target type mapping table. It's also the field. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. Because this thing contains a field name property. Murph. Test name code. Dang it. This is going to be hard to edit. Test name code. So this is another reason that I would much prefer to, instead of store the entire mapping definition object, I would really prefer to store the pieces of the mapping type object, mapping definition object, as a relational record, because this is the actual target type here for test name. And if I change the field name for test name, then this would also have updated. But this was the current fastest approach that I could think of to get this ready for use. And we are going to make it better. Speaking of, I do need to draft an email as soon as we verify this functionality, because the file that we're given, that is a sample of what the lab will be providing to us, doesn't have anything that I can tell that maps to lab lot. And we need that lab lot. We needs it. Okay, so you're crashed. Let's try this again. We won't need the breakpoint. No validators found in the system. Loading. Loading. We don't need you anymore. And then I will also need to get rid of the console log, which I think, since we're in server mode, we should see in output. Yeah, okay, so no errors this time. We made it through all of the fields. They're mapped. We go in here, we still have the matrix issue. Do the thing. So right now matrix is invalid because it's expected in the database, in the original database, to be 1 character long. So we need to fix that mapping. It would be cool if they could just click on the red triangle in the field and it would open up the flyout for modifying the value, and then highlight or do the flash thing for the field that has the error that they just clicked on. Okay, that fixes it. We're mapping the fields, we're regenerating the preview, and presto changeo. Okay, so this is the thing that we were actually trying to debug the whole time, which is when we tried to upload this transform data to the database. The first thing that it should try to do is find records that already exist with the combination of lab and lot, which there may be more than one lab and lot combination in the database. So like here, you can actually see there will be. There's pH underscore, so the lab is always the same. It's always pH underscore. And the lot goes from 1701, 1601, 1901, 1702, 3, 4, 5. So the lab and lot combinations, it'll get the distinct values, look it up in the database for any existing lab and lot combinations, and if there are any, it should try to remove them. However, an error occurred because there's a login error. Oh man. Manage user cigarettes. So my local database does not use a username and password because it's running on my machine and I have direct access to it. So why? Why, oh why? Why? I need to learn how to copy pasta. Pasta. Save. Okay. Now my RTrack connection is using trusted connection for my local credentials. Let's give it another shot. So for those of you wondering, yes, I have semi-abandoned the TDD stuff that I was doing because we're like this close to finishing, but we will go back and write tests for this. What I should have done was written a test for if there are records that exist in the database, then the delete, remove records, and then re-add records process works as expected. But we're just doing that manually for one record set. So string et map upload breakpoint. Another error. Dagnabbit. The expression could not be translated. So probably this lablots.contains. I had an issue using list of string contains. And I need to use the ef dot what was it called? Constant. I don't know why either. Oh, wait. I know what it is in this case. Link to SQL does not like string interpolation. So we have to change this to concatenation. Let's see if this works without needing to use the ef.constant. The other thing that happened was that since this is a .NET 8 project and it's using EF Core 8, and starting in EF Core 7, there were breaking changes to the way that it generates the queries. And one of the breaking changes is that if you're using a version of SQL Server that does not support OpenJSON, you'll get errors. So you have to set it up with compatibility mode. here is a link for anyone that is using EF in an existing project that is pre.NET 7 and they're wanting to upgrade. Here's some things to keep in mind. And let me show it on screen as well as in chat. So one of the other things that happened is that I have a table in one of my databases that has a trigger on it. So when you update the record, it marks a field as true so that an indexer can pick it up and then process it and then mark that field as false. EF Core does this thing called SQL output, or it uses a keyword called output2 or just output or something like that. And so if you have a trigger on a table, you need to configure it to not use the output keyword. Which is crazy. There are just so many breaking changes. And of course, I wasn't paying attention enough to know that any of these things were already documented and they told us about it, and that we should be careful when upgrading our NuGet package version from pre.NET 6 to post.NET 6, pre.NET 7 to post.NET 6 SQL entity framework. Would have been nice to know before I started converting the apps. That is another thing we will be doing a lot of on stream, is upgrading the apps from their current .NET versions. Some are .NET 5, some are .NET 6, and we're going to upgrade them to .NET 8 at minimum for LTS, maybe .NET 9. And full disclosure, why'd you say it like that? I did already upgrade DDMS to .NET 9. So this application here, the very first one that I converted from a desktop application to Blazor, and the very first application that I wrote in Blazor that I converted to Blazor at all when I was learning Blazor, is now a .NET 9 or .NET 8 application. And it took me about 30 minutes to an hour to upgrade it from .NET 5 to .NET 8. Which is mind-blowing. So there's some lessons learned in there, but we will go through at least some of our apps. The hardest one is going to be RTrack, which is still a .NET Framework 4.8 application. That's going to be loads of fun. Loads of fun. Okay, one more try. This one's going to work because we fixed all the broken things. As long as we don't need the ef.constants. Push. Open. And I am going to leave. So what I could do, actually, you know what? I was going to say what I could do is update the existing user template, but why not just save a new template? And the reason is because I have breakpoints everywhere. That's why. This is a new bug that I completely forgot about that we need to fix. The form is currently disabled. And why is it disabled, you ask? It's because I updated a variable that tells it whether the controls are disabled or not. So that's this one here. Disable toolbar buttons will be disabled when the templated question dialog for saving a template is open. So that's not going to work. Show template save as. Disable save as form controls. Save as template form controls. It's going to be everything except for the show save as dialog. Then we can change this thingy to be display or disable save as template or show save as template. Okay, then we can change you. How far down did we go? It's kind of hard to tell. And you. Okay, and then that's down in the toolbar. Okay. So I'm replacing all of those with the new variable that we just updated it to. Why am I not getting syntax highlighting correctly in this Razor file? That is one of the major quirks that I am really not happy with Visual Studio 4. Losing a lot of the helpful processes. So like syntax highlighting is one of them. The indentation, the smart indents not quite working the way that you expect them to all the time. Not being able to actually get the inspection working while you're debugging stuff. So there are still plenty of issues. Yeah, I've given up on the Razor editor, says Snubble. And I haven't. It still works the majority of the time. And it doesn't take very long to restart Visual Studio for me, at least in this project. It's a relatively small project compared to a lot of the enterprise level, relatively small solution compared to the enterprise level solutions that have 40, 50, 60 projects in the same solution, along with a million different dependencies. C# and F# and VB.NET editors work fine. Now I move as much as possible into C# code behind. True. Yeah, I don't really ever work very much C# code in the .razor file anymore either. The few times that I use code blocks are when I am making render fragments, because I like to be able to write it in Razor syntax, or it's only like 1 or 2 parameters that I'm adding. So I'm not going to create a code behind if I'm just adding 1 or 2 parameters. That's just me. In the Microsoft stream, they mentioned that Razor is a very difficult language to build tooling around. I would imagine. I mean, they have been doing it for quite a while though, so you'd think they'd have had more time to think about how to fix a lot of the current issues. But I think one of the things that the Razor team, or I don't even know how their teams are broken up, but one of the things that they might suffer from is they want to keep adding value by adding features, by adding functionality, and they don't really have time to go back and clean up the existing features and functionality. because they get so much pressure to add new things. And it's also more fun to add new things than it is to go back and fix things for them. I assume. These are assumptions. For me, I love cleaning up code, fixing things, making it spotless and pretty. Excuse me, we don't need this breakpoint anymore. Thank you, though. Okay, so we're, instead of using the existing, we're going to create a new one, and this is going to be SXSAMP fixed version of the XXS. So hard to say. SXSAMP template with fixed matrix rule, just to prove that that works. And so now we have both the SXSAMP one with the broken matrix, and then we have the SXSAMP fixed with the matrix code that works the way it's supposed to. So if we look at this one, now that I've loaded that one again, there are no errors in the file. We should be able to just upload. Okay, we made it here, which means that the query did work. It shouldn't have found anything because there are no uploaded files with this with any of the lab lock combinations, but there are bunches of different lab lock combinations. So good. Then we're going to save it to the database, and now we'll be able to go back to the database, refresh, and we'll dang it. I closed and reopened Visual Studio, so we lost the connection to Angie. Our track. Tab it up. And it was imported TRN. No, not double click. Right click. Right to click. Boot data. Sort. Oh man. And now, dang it. Now the most recent ID, TRN ID, is going to be the most recent one that got uploaded. So we need to find out where the most recent one is from our copied values. Okay, so these are 9/24/2019. It's kind of looking like it didn't actually upload the new records. Wait, yes it did. Whoa, were there really that many? I don't know that there were really that many of them. This would be a duh, because the lab, anything that is lab ph underscore. So we may as well just filter on lab ph underscore. No, I still would rather do it on ID greater than. C# Fritz, oh my goodness, thank you so very much for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream. I've been lurking. Haven't really been able to hear because I've been streaming this whole time. But man, thank you so much for that. Shout out to C# Fritz. I'm sure all of you know C# Fritz. He is a fantastic .NET developer working on a whole bunch of really, really cool technologies, Blazor stuff. Can't really give him a shout out because Dukasoft just gave him the shout out. Can't do that multiple times. Welcome in those of you that rated in with C# Fritz. I appreciate you all being here. Give me a second to write this so that my brain can free up and I can welcome you properly. Oh, why did that get Okay, cool. So these are all of my new records. So for those of you that are here for the first time, I am One Lion. I'm a .NET developer. Oh man, and Cyforce. Thank you so much for the raid too. Holy cow, that is super duper kind of you. I was lurking on your channel as well. I lurk on many channels, and Nurkmine just ended his stream too. So this is how I lurk on multiple channels and just listen to your content. I tune into various streams. Sometimes I turn you up if you are talking about something interesting. Well, I mean, you're always talking about something interesting. If I happen to be in the middle of thoughts and I can turn you up, I will turn you up. But I at least leave you at 1% volume so that you get the viewership counted towards your stream. I need to find replacement streams now. Sorcery Story is streaming, but let me finish greeting you. So Code and Chill is asking, what are we working on? I came out of lurking for C Sharp's sports takes. For Fritz's sports takes. So I am currently in the middle of my workday. I have been streaming my regular job workday development process, and yeah, it's all .NET. It's all, well, it's mostly all Blazor. There is still one project that I maintain that is a VB.NET WinForms application, and you'll see me a little bit distracted because, of course, you know, when one thing happens, everything happens at the same time. I just got a mail, an email from a work employee, a user of the applications, that I do need to email back very soon. But the actual project that I'm currently working on, and we can go through this because I need to do another run through of it, is a data import utility. And for this data import utility, the background of this, let's start with one more background. Let's take one step back. I work at the Rocky Mountain Wildlife National Wildlife Refuge, RMA, Rocky Mountain Arsenal. If you're interested in the information about Rocky Mountain Arsenal, I encourage you to just Google, not National Park, National Wildlife Refuge. So there is a Rocky Mountain National Park and a Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. They are two different things, but I work at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, and what happened in short was, a million years ago they used to manufacture chemical weapons for various wars. They didn't use the weapons, so they needed to dispose of the chemicals used for those weapons, so they put them in barrels, shoved them underground, put lids on them, and said it'll just dissipate eventually. And then they sold part of the land to another company that was manufacturing pesticides. That was like, okay, the way that we're going to get rid of our waste from the pesticides is just to dump it into the stream that runs through the arsenal and call it good. So eventually that led to a whole bunch of environmental issues, and I would call it an environmental disaster. It became a Superfund site where they were strongly encouraged to do environmental cleanup by the EPA, and I guess mandated too. And so they spent a lot of time cleaning up all of the chemical waste. They needed to ship a whole bunch of the sand out, replace it with new sand, dirt, whatever you want to call it, put in waste treatment facilities, chemical treatment facilities, and monitoring locations. So the applications that I work on as a solo developer at this site are applications for tracking the chemical amounts in soil and water, for reporting, for generating reports, for mapping out the arsenal. The main application, I guess, would be our RMA Water web application. It has a whole bunch of different technologies like ArcGIS and a chart using Yeah. I wouldn't say it has a lot. It has a couple. So it has the map with all of the important features for our location. This is the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, aka Rocky Mountain Arsenal. All of the little dots are locations of wells that we could sample from. So we take samples from there. We monitor water flow through all of these. Water flows this way. And so this entire area was like super duper hazardous back in the day, caused a lot of environmental issues. But now it's super cleaned up, and we're just maintaining everything, keeping it clean still, and doing regular monitoring. And that's what all of these applications are about. So these charts here, I know GIS as C films. I remember. These charts here get put into a report that gets sent on a regular basis, or multiple reports, I guess. We do 5-year reports, we do annual reports, we do, I think there are even monthly reports that they do. But they put charts and report data together. I guess let's look at the water levels over time. So the reporting here is using the Microsoft.data visualization library, which means that the actual reporting API, the chart API, is still .NET Framework, because I don't know what to replace it with from .NET Core and beyond. It'd be nice to have something to replace it with. Especially reports that generate output that looks like this. I know that there are libraries out there already that are for reporting, but I couldn't get any of them to generate reports that look like the reports that they had in all of their stuff. So anyway, this is one of the applications. Another application that is important to our site is our document management system. And so this one in specific is for tracking every single one of the documents that is generated, including the reports. But everything from the lab analyses to the annual summary report, various legal reports and stuff. So those are all PDFs that get OCR'd, uploaded into this system. They get document information added to them. So let's just pull up an annual summary report, for example. Wow. You can do it. I know you can. Okay, well, it doesn't want to give me report results. There we go. So the document tracking center will enter in various bits of information, including the authors and addressees. I don't know why this one doesn't have authors and addressees, but it's from 2009, so I guess. Oh yeah, and these reports, they go all the way back. We have reports and PDFs in here from scanned documents from 1960s, 1970s. So it's a large document repository. It's the contents of the PDFs are indexed. There are certain PDFs that are not available for viewing for all users. There are some that are locked behind secure view because some of them have to do with different levels of security clearance, or they have attorney-client privilege information, or trade secret, or other protected information. So the actual PDF images are not available. But the only thing that you would be able to search then are the metadata information that the document tracking center has entered for that given document. Hey, so that's 2 of them. There are about 5 other applications that I manage. And so right now, the application that we're working on, as I mentioned before, is a data import utility, because one of the things that we do is we take soil and water samples, send it to a lab. That lab then does the tests for various chemicals and stuff and lets us know this is the content of arsenic in that sample that you gave us. And we tested we broke that sample up into 5 different lots, and we tested it. We tested each one of those, and this is what the results are for that. So we had been sending all of our samples to one lab, and that lab would return the results to us in a specific format, and we have an application that reads that format and then uploads it into the database, does a whole bunch of records checks on it. But now we are getting other labs to do this analyses, and we're getting files back that are in a format that we aren't expecting. And we can't really dictate to that lab that's been doing sample analysis for however many different organizations and say we need it formatted in this specific, with this specific set of columns. So instead what we're doing is we're accepting whatever the lab gives us. We do let them know we need this specific information, and they do their best to provide that. But they will send us back a file, and this application here will take that file, present it to the user, watch it go, watch it do the thing. And so this is the contents of that Excel workbook that I just added. It only had one sheet, so we only got one data table back. And it turned all of the first row information into column headers. If it didn't have a column header, I would have column header row. I would have unchecked that box. But it turned the first row into column headers, and then the rest of the rows into the data rows. Then the user will have the opportunity to map from those, from the imported data. This is the shape of the object that we're expecting to be able to dump into our database. So map from that file that we're importing to this output type, C# object type. Then when they push the upload button, that gets pushed into the database. So for now, like the whole process of this, the data import utility is just a tool that goes from Excel to a data table with the field mapping. And then you can preview what the output would look like with that field mapping. Like so. It will let you know if there are any errors in any of the rows for the data and what those errors are. And that's about it. Oh, no, that's not it. I'm also providing the ability to save templates. So if you've already mapped a whole bunch of fields and you don't want to have to remap them every single time you pull in a file that has the same shape of data, then you can save that as a template and then reload that template. So it's running really, really, really slow right now. It doesn't usually take this long, but it has been all day, so maybe it does now. But we will get that fixed, and we'll test it out when we deploy it to the test server. But there we go. We now have a loaded template with all of the fields mapped. This one still has an issue, and that's why I left that one saved like that. And that issue is specifically for this value, that this column is expecting a value with a length of 1. No more than 1, I should say. What have you used for data table? So the way that I am importing the stuff, and I will open source the data import tool, but not, of course, the part of this that dumps it to the database, because again, the data import tool is very generic, where you can you as the developer specify the target type, and the rest of the UI, you'll get that for free with it. You'll use data annotations for determining whether a field is required or not, how many characters is expected for that specific field, all of those types of configurations. And that's, again, done from the developer. Then the user is the one that specifies how to map one field to an output field. So you'll get that for free, but I'm trying to minimize the amount of external dependencies but I'm using Excel Data Reader to do all of the from Excel or CSV or other formatted file once I add those, the rules for them to data table. You had me at free, I'm in. Hi, Gumesh. Okay, so let's fix this one issue. I do have a version of this that's fixed, but for the sake of showing off the configurator, here's the field that has the issue, and it's importing from the meth matrix column from our imported file. And the rule that we're using by default is interpolate by giving us just the value back. So it's just a straight copy of the value. Since this since this field is expecting only one value, and I know for a fact that soil samples in our database are always marked as S, water samples are always marked as W, it's going to be the first character of whatever the value was. No, you cannot. I mean, yes, of course you can. I'm not going to be making too many changes to the UI because this needs to be done. This was supposed to be done by, or not supposed to be done. I told them I would have this done by October. Granted, they just told me that they needed it in mid-September, and I thought it was only going to take a couple of weeks. Then we got into, because it was just, here's a file, map the imported file's contents columns to the output data type. But then it was like, well, this field will map to two other fields. So the I'll show you the files that we're getting provided. This one was already set up. Do the mapping. Okay. So Gilgamesh's recommendation was try Aaron from Attack on Titan hairstyle. And now we're in December, soon in January. I am on the last bits of this, so we're just doing some cleanup today. Right now I'm validating that when we push the upload, if there are existing records that have this lab lot combination, they get deleted first. So that's what this here is. And we did find 332 records. So I'm setting them up to be deleted from the database before uploading our new records. And then we're going to try the save. No errors. We're committing because I do all of my database adds and deletes in a transaction so that I can always roll back. And it looks like it worked. So, bless you. So let's look at the table. And these are the existing records because I haven't refreshed yet. So there should be 332 of them. I don't actually see a record count anywhere in here. I would use SQL Server Management Studio to show this on screen, but it shows more information than I want it to in SQL Server Management Studio. So anyway, our most recent record ID is 7375967. So let's refresh the data. And it is a newer ID for the most recent ID. And 7375967 is deleted. Everything from there and before is deleted. So we really do only have the new records in the database. So that's okay. There is a limit of 1,000 records, but we know that there's only 332. So this would have been 664 if they didn't get deleted. But I have it sorted by TRNID descending. And we can definitely see that the old records are deleted. And we only have one copy. So now, if I had RTrack, that other application that I was talking about that the other lab uses, hooked up, I could go in there and run a record check on all of these lab lots. And that's the goal. Awesome. That just worked. That did exactly what I wanted it to do. So I'm going to do a mini commit now that we have checked that. I'm going to let Copilot tell me what I did because I don't really remember. I did a lot of talking with chat. Does that count? No, the water. Enhanced data import and validation process. True. That is what I did. We're going with it. All right, Cyforce, thank you so much for the raid. As I mentioned, I try to lurk on your stream whenever I can, and I love your content. Thank you for being here. See you the next time I see you. How can I work on these kinds of projects? So the way that it happened for me, and this is of course one of those situations where it's someone that I knew. Dang it, more mail. Something. Oh gosh. All right, hold on. Let me write back a message to the person that was asking for this tool. They're trying to give me other work to do, and they're like, something to work on if you need a break from data loading. I just want to get this thing done and out. We just finished testing the data upload part and am working on integrating UI. I'm putting start using it. I noticed, however, that the files. So let me show this real quick because I need the information from it. Get it done. I mean, I think it's done. We just need to do a lot of cleanup and enhancements. So a few of the things that I've been looking at wanting to do already for this library are, oh, I stopped debugging. Adding the map rule. So the terms for things. When you are telling a source field, oops, watch. When you're telling a source field, or when you're telling an output field how to get its data, you're giving it a mapping rule. And the mapping rule has 0 or more source field transformations. And a source field transformation is one import field with the rules on how to transform the value. And then that can be chained with multiple rules for the same field mapping. So let's say it's a field rule of combine fields, and I want to combine the values of 2 source fields to output into one destination property, C# object property. That's a combined fields mapping rule with 2 source field transformations, and those source field transformations can have 0 or more value transformations. And so a value transformation would be something like, I want to do a regex and extract out values or specific strings or substring or concatenations of your results from your regex or anything that generates an array, or a lookup of values in a table. So for example, let's say that our matrix, instead of saying we're only getting a substring for the first character, we want a more complex table that says if it's SO, then map that to S. If it's WA, map that to W. If it's SA, map that to A. So that kind of thing. So I need to finish the UI for the mapping rule. It's already written and it works, but I need UI for it. I would like a conditional statement that says, if this field, like unit of measure, is UGG for micrograms, micrograms, then I want the actual result value, which I think is called uncorrected value. Nope, corrected value. I want the corrected value to be divided by 1,000. And then for the unit of measure, I want the, if the unit of measure is UGG, change it to picograms or something. I really don't know what the divide by 1,000 micrograms is. So whatever unit that gives us. Hi, Emporium Guy. Hope you are doing well. Shout out to Emporium Guy. If you didn't know, Emporium Guy is a streamer. He does a lot of .NET development. Learning Blazor, was recently doing Advent of Code. I don't know if you've been keeping up with that, Emporium Guy. I do lurk on your streams when I see you streaming. Usually it's first thing in the morning for me, so I am hanging out there and enjoying my times with you. But definitely check out Emporium Guy, another .NET developer. Okay, so those are things that I would want to change. Another thing that I wanted to add to the UI portion, so this is more like business logic, is to be able to say, I want to manually exclude this row from the import, for example. So there'll be a checkbox for which rows to include. They will be checked by default. And then you can uncheck individual rows so that they don't get imported. Another thing that I would like to do, actually I should load the fixed version, is synchronize the scrolling if you're showing the previews. So when I scroll down in one table, I would like the other table to keep the scroll position, because these rows are going to be 1-to-1. And that means that if I do add the do not map, then I'm just going to have a blank row. But it will still be 1-to-1 or input to output. The other thing would be a horizontal scroll as well. I haven't streamed because I had to take out my wisdom tooth. No. Well, I hope it is okay now. I hope everything is fine. I remember when I had my wisdom teeth, I got all 4 wisdom teeth taken out at the same time just to get it over with. It was a very fun times. So yeah, I would like to synchronize scroll position essentially in the preview and output. Sorry, the imported and the output preview tables when they are both showing. And this UI, by the way, was just a sample placeholder UI that I threw together so that we would have something to look at. I was starting off doing a lot of my validation of the logic and the functionality in a test project. So now that I say that, since we have implemented new logic, let me make sure I haven't broken any of our existing tests. So both the data import utility, again, that generic thing that is just for a developer to be able to take an Excel workbook or a CSV file and turn it into a data table that gets shown on screen of a specific target type. So that has its own testing library, especially when we open source it. Oh, I know what's going on. I just added a project and didn't finish setting it up. And then, and then this specific one for the RMA's use case of that library has its own testing library as well. All right, so no failed test. I do need to write some new tests. I had started trying to do it as test driven, but I couldn't finish that because of time constraints, but we are going to go into more detail with it. Thing that I really would like to do is to finish this email to let the user know that the types of files that we actually are getting, so they're sending me some actual data now that we're getting back from the labs. It doesn't have a way for me to map to lab lot, and if you happen to be able to see, I should say, the lab and lot fields were required. So not that one, this one. So here is a sample file that they've provided to us. It's a CSV. These are the names of the fields that they've provided. And I didn't see anything in here that would map to a 3-digit lab or 3-character lab. Like some of these are null. The 3-character lab and a up to 4-character lot number. This basis might be the matrix where wet stands for water and dry would stand for soil. Maybe prep batch would be the thing that maps to lot. So if you think of a lot in terms of chemical testing, I guess, I really don't know what other way to put it, of labs, think of a palette or a dish of some sort with a whole bunch of different slots in it. And then one sample is a vial with liquid or soil in it. And that would be placed in one of those slots. And so the lot would be the entire tray of samples. So that's one lot. And then each of those would have a specific test done on them. And so that test is called the test method, which in our stuff, you'll get a kick out of all of these. Everyone always does. We have names in our destination table like anal methno and anal lot, anal no, and yeah, just a whole bunch of names that will make me blush every time I have to show it on screen. So I'm showing it now to get it out of the way. Anal codes, meth matrix. Where's chemrec? What else do we have? Lab anal no, anal date, meth matrix, I already said. Yeah, so they're out there. You can make fun of them, but just know that this is what I have to work with. This is what's in our database, so you will see names like that. It's not intended to be anything else other than maybe the past developers having a laugh. Okay, so there actually is a matrix, and these values look like this. So once again, the matrix is going to be a substring of 1 to get back W for water. But the lab and lot are required, and I don't know of any of these fields that will be the lab. Of course, it is entirely possible that the users will know that this lab specifically is, let's say, EU for Eurofins. So in order for them to put out a constant value, at the moment, I only have a way for them to specify an interpolated value when copying over, but I would really like a mapping rule of constant value. I'll do that eventually. But the mapping rule, pick any field because we don't care about the output value in the end. The interpolation detail is just going to be the literal value that you want. So in this case, let's say it's EU underscore. So now that was a lot. The lab will always output as EU underscore. And the lot, again, I have no idea what the lot is supposed to be. And you could see there that I did have an error in my configuration of this field. That's because, again, this field is required and I have not specified a source value. But I am still able to click map fields because I want to allow the user to start configuring their file. Maybe they need to take a break. Maybe it's the end of their day. Maybe they get interrupted and they aren't able to continue. I would still want them to be able to save their progress, either as an existing template or a new template, and then come back to it later. The only thing that they won't be able to do is upload the data until all of the issues are resolved. So yeah, that's where we're at. That's what we're going to do. So I am finishing up this email because, yeah, I did find what I just said, and that is, sorry if you can't hear me, that is that the lab and lot are not easy to determine based off of the import records. Whew. Hi, Scott. Scott says, that sucks to Emporium guy about the wisdom teeth. One day I'll make that face. One day. I don't know how to map all the fields. I am not sure. I am not sure to. For example, the lab and lot fields are required, but I don't know which values to use for this. I'll publish a test version of the application so we can okay. Let me send this mail. Sent. All right. All right. So, before I publish, the first thing that I would like to do is some cleanup on the upload process. I want to make sure that the user is not able to upload when there are errors. So I am already doing validation on the client side. I want to do validation on the server side, But even though I'm doing validation on the client side, it may not necessarily, one, be reporting to the user, and two, prevent the request from getting to the server. So let's verify that. So when we click in the, so I'm calling this a dockable toolbar. If you're interested in any of the components that I'm using, I've done extra work on the components that I'm using in the RMA projects, and I haven't been able to update my open source version of them yet, but you can find them on my GitHub under Blazor Component Library. Don't expect anything special of them. They just have some interesting ways of doing things. Component library that a well-known component library would probably be the first place to go to. I would name the brand names, but I don't want to forget some and just seem like I'm endorsing one over the other when I'm not. But there are component libraries that are free out there that you can use that have grids and modals, dialogues, buttons, a whole bunch of other stuff. But at the time that I started making these apps, Blazor apps, there were component libraries almost immediately, but I didn't know how to use them and I didn't know how to customize them. And so I'm like, I really want to learn how to make these components myself. So I spent a lot of time learning how to make components. The last time I updated this library was 2 years ago. Great. But these are a whole bunch of components that I've put together over the years, from 2018 until about 2023, maybe 2022, apparently 2022. And I haven't really updated very much since then. But my goal is to create a free open source component library that is easily customizable, not just usable, not just easy to implement, but also highly customizable. And I've stopped trying to use third-party component libraries. So I can't tell you whether or not current component libraries are easier or not as easy to use. But one of the components in this library is called a dockable toolbar. And the dockable toolbar is intended to be a component that can be displayed either at the top center, top left, top right, middle bottom, bottom right, bottom center, middle, wherever you want to put it, as well as floating. But I haven't really implemented the floating aspect to it yet. But floating would be you can unpin it, drag it around to wherever you want on the screen, and then pin it. But right now, all of my applications are using it at the top center, essentially. So that's the one that is implemented fully and working the way that I'm expecting it to. The icons here are not all from the same library. That's why they look different sizes. Again, sample app, threw the UI together just so we have something to look at and try it on. But we'll get this cleaned up before doing the actual publish of the application. I do want to put an icon in here for the template before publishing the test version. So we'll get that together. So anyway, when we push the upload button in the toolbar, it makes sure that there is an active data file and active data table. It refreshes the dockable toolbar. Yeah, so it is just pushing it to the server. We aren't validating it yet. Okay. I could have sworn that I validated it somewhere, because we are getting back errors if there are missing fields. I just don't know where that's happening. Oh, wait. Yeah. I have a note there, at least. Okay, so we are doing this now. We should get back the validation context with the generate output method. Good for us. Okay, so we've generated the output of T target type. And we're making sure that, like, this here is just to make sure that everything that we got back is non-nullable. If I didn't do this, then it would have given us back. Actually, why am I doing that? Does anyone know? I don't know why I need to do that, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, so here's what we're going to do instead. We're just going to go directly to a nullable list of output object. If upload data is null, or there are no upload, which, so the default used to be, or the rule used to be to default to .any method, because that .any method for an IEnumerable will choose the proper fastest path to getting the number of items, if there are any items in the list. But because we know this is a materialized list, what we are going to check for, and actually, do you, we probably don't want to even materialize it yet. Yeah, we're just going to see if it's null or if there aren't any items. Then we're going to add a message to our upload response. No data to upload, sure, why not? Upload response is not null. Aha. It is null until until we do the actual request to the server. So here we're creating a new upload response and saying no data to upload, and we will eventually report that to the user, and we are done here. Our next step then is to validate. So with our upload data, supposedly we get back the validation information. Here's our validation results. But I haven't actually written the validation results anywhere. So maybe I want to add that. Out var IEnumerable validation results. You can't use out on an async method. Okay, then how am I getting my validation when we do the regular generate output data table? We do apply transformations, and I think it's in apply transformations that I'm populating the validation results in the field mapping. Okay, so one thing that we know for sure is when we do generate output, we don't need to manually do the validation. So then let's return this. Let's use method, whatever this is called. I lost my remarks when I do that. Uses the helper extension method to apply transformations, which also applies validation to the, yes. And I'm gonna go ahead and put that as a real remark. I don't know why I didn't before. Because this is really for me. This is for my notes. Okay. So it can be found in the table, right? CRef. Import data file, table definitions dot c table definitions dot, nope, table definition dot, hello, import table definition dot field mapping. Okay. Cool. Good. All right. So with that in mind, we need to check if after doing this step here, first of all, if there's no data. Second of all, if we need to get the table definitions for the current active file, which we should be able to get from mapper state. Okay, mapper state dot table defin, nope, dot what? Data file dot active table definitions, not table definitions dot try get field mappings out of our field mappings. If not, try get field mappings for the mapper state dot active data table dot table name. So again, I am very familiar with the structure that I set up here. It is kind of weird at times, and it does get a little spaghetti-ish. Hopefully it will make sense in the end. When I open source this, I'm sure I'm going to get, well, I mean, if anyone even looks at it. If people do end up looking at it, then I'm sure that I'll get some feedback about better ways to do things. And I hope I get feedback about better ways to do things. That's the whole thing about open sourcing code. It's to make it good by crowdsourcing, essentially. Okay, so if not, if we can't find any field mappings, or no, actually we'll leave it at that. We're gonna do only this, and we need to do this before we even try the upload process at all. So you come with me, please. So if mapper state.data file is null, it means that the user has not provided a file to import. If the active data table is null, then that means that either there were no records found in any of the worksheets. So let's say it's a workbook with multiple worksheets. There was no importable data found in any of the worksheets, or the CSV was completely empty. Actually, if it was a CSV, it will always create a data table regardless. And that data table will just be empty, no rows. So it will only happen in an Excel workbook with no worksheets that have data. Okay. So if there is no data file, oops, I was supposed to copy that. Dagnabbit. I'm good at this. All right, there we go. And as you can tell, all of these strings that I'm putting in here, I'm just putting in line, because for these applications, they are only ever used by a handful of people that work at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge that are English speaking. It's not going to be international. However, I have worked on projects before where I needed to make sure that localization was handled correctly. So instead of using the direct strings here, I would reference a localization library that I would have had as a separate class library that has all of my localizations in it, and then I would get the corresponding string back from that. But thankfully, in this case, I only have to put it in English. Okay, so error messages. Something about no data. Copilot. There's no data to upload. Sure. That works. If we don't have table definitions, then that means that we don't have field mappings for the given table. So this will be something along the lines of, there are no field mappings for the selected data table. Because at this point, we know that there is a selected data table, but there are no field mappings associated with it. However, I think back on something that TBD Gamer might say. Shout out to TBD Gamer. He's a .NET developer. He's working on a project that is for helping with project planning and project management. Check out his streams, 9 a.m. Eastern time, which is UTC -5 right now. Anyway, working on that application. Something that he says a lot is, when you write code, do your best, and I'm putting a positive spin on it because I only know how to speak in these terms. Do your best to not have your code lie to you. If we get to this point and we have an active data table and a data file, there should be no possible way that we don't have a field mappings. The only way that we wouldn't have a field mappings, yes, thank you, Dukasoft, you're the best. The only way that we wouldn't have a field mappings is if there was no target type specified to our upload UI, to our upload component. And there is no way that we won't have a target type specified. So right now, my code is telling a lie, which is that it is possible for us to not have field mappings at this point. And I do want to be more conscientious about this. Is it okay to leave it here? Because if I do make code changes where I maybe allow the user to specify an output table, for example, like let's say instead of using the rtrack imported trn table, we create a brand new database for these lab results. And we're outputting directly to the chemrec table or directly to some new table, and we're allowing the user to select which table at runtime, then it is possible that they have not selected an output table yet. but that is an imagined scenario that I don't think is likely. So I don't think I'm going to do that. The issue is that I do need the field mappings. And right now the field mappings will only be not null if this returns true. So that's actually a constraint I put on this parameter, on this out parameter. So the field mappings will not be null when this method returns true. And so that's my null check, which means that now down here, I can check for after we generate the output and verify that the upload data is not null and that there is at least one upload data to be uploaded. If field mappings.any has validation errors. Cool. If I didn't have this if check, like if I just turned this into, and thank you so much. I didn't mean to ignore the follows. I really apologize for that. Someone followed 40 minutes ago, and I don't put names in the follower message because I don't want you to be called out if you just want to follow and hang out and lurk the entire time and not be called out. But if you ever do feel like chatting, you're more than welcome to say hi. And yeah, we'll say hi back. But we had a follow 40 minutes ago, and then we just had a new follow. So thank you so much for those follows. I appreciate you. I typically stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 9:30. Well, on Mondays and Wednesdays at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time, which is UTC -7. Here's what time it is for me right now and what time it is in UTC. So I stream on Mondays and Wednesdays at that time at 9:30, and I go until about 1:30, so 1 hour from now. And then on Fridays, I start my stream at 10:30, so an hour later, but we do 2 hours of community day. And what community day is a day where I open up a voice channel in Discord for you to communicate using your voice, ask questions, talk about topics that you're interested in, share your projects, anything you want. Very community focused. And if you aren't comfortable using your voice, you can still participate in community day simply by chatting. So we take 2 hours to just spend time talking as a community about various topics. Lately, it's been things like working on teams or doing project management, because we're talking a lot about TBD's software that he's been developing. And I think it's going to be a great thing when he's done with it. We also talked about architecture. We talk about controversial topics like AI, because I like this to be a space where you're allowed to give your opinions about various topics, even those that are somewhat controversial. Again, these controversies are in the software development world. We aren't talking like world politics or religions or anything like that. They are opinionated conversations about topics that you care about in the software development area. So that's what I mean by that. But I like you to have a safe space to give opinions, say the things that you believe to be a good way, a better way, the best way to do things, and we have conversations around it. So definitely feel free to join us for those. And then after the community day stream ends at 12:30, I typically start my regular workday stream back up because it's right in the middle of my workday. And yeah, that's it. Okay, so here's the thing that would happen if I didn't do the if check. I'm not actually validating whether or not this field mappings is null or not, even though I know the field mappings are not going to be null. But now I'm getting this compiler warning that says this is a possible null reference. So I could either do a null check, a proper null check, or use the null forgiveness operator. I don't like using the null forgiveness operator. So because I know that the traffic through this part of the application is not going to be massive, I know that having this is not going to be a big performance hit. even though my code is telling a bit of a lie in that field mappings might be null here, even though it never will. Compromises, man, compromises. So this is one of those situations where if you have a strong opinion, for example, about me leaving this in my code and you make a case for it, it is entirely possible that I'll be like, you're right, I should just go ahead and try that, do it that way. But most of the time it's one of those things where you just probably don't care. You just want to be here, hang out, and I appreciate that. Okay, so moving on. If there were any validation errors, then we are going to tell the user using our upload response that there were validation errors and that they should check the values and review the preview output for more information. Okay, so the only place, well, there are many places the user will see the validation errors. One of them is the preview output table. Again, any column that has at least one value that is invalid will have a red exclamation point in the column header. And then every value that actually is invalid will have a red triangle as well, with the information about what is invalid about that. I don't know if I mentioned this one, but another one of the UI improvements I would like to make is if you click on this, I'd like it to open up the field mapper configurator. That's what I'm calling it. Open up the field mapper configurator and jump to that item. So do like the UI flash, here's the thing that you're looking for. So we will work towards that. But first we want to check to see if this thing works. And where exactly am I showing the error messages from the upload response? Interesting. So lab and lot are required, and they probably have empty string as their values currently. But that's a lie. No, I have them as ignore. So they should have come up as validation errors. But anyway, we have validation errors in the matrix column. We know that the matrix value is only allowed to be one character. So when we try to upload, we should see an upload response with an error message, hopefully around this area that says invalid upload. That kind of felt like it went to the server. It did. It did go to the server, and it tried to do the SQL insert as well. I'm going to blame hot reload. We're going to stop and restart the application. Field mappings.any x.has has validation errors, which is being done after the generate output, which is being done after generate output data table, which is being done, or while this is happening, we are doing transformations to all of the values. And as we are transforming all of the values, we are validating the records. And during this validate process, we are populating the specific instances validation errors. Something words. Okay, try this again. Upload. I forgot to. Oh, right. And now we're running in server because I reran the app. And so I don't know if it's trying to, because it's not using an API endpoint to hit the service. Since it's running on the server, it can just access the service directly. We aren't able to see, at least in the dev tools in the browser, any requests going to the server because it's all happening on the server. However, we should see issues here. If mapper state, yeah, true. I could do that. And I have done that. I have been doing that. I don't know why I didn't do it for this one. We'll get to that. But I need to figure out why this thing is still hitting the server and not reading the validation. Yeah, shout out for Scott. Scott has streamed at least once as domain-driven design. If you have streamed any more since that time, I've missed them, but I do have it telling me when you go live, so I should be lurking on your streams whenever you go live. No guarantees that he will stream, but he has a lot of really good insights and thoughts and ways of doing things that I really appreciate. Okay, so we should have validation errors. We know this. Lab and lot are required. Water is supposed to be 1 character long. If I try uploading, we should not send a message to the server. Good. Finally. But the issue is that we aren't seeing the upload results. And that's because I was thinking of, I haven't, he says. I was thinking of having a toast for those, but I would rather have it be a persistent message on the screen. It's just a matter of where to put it. I mean, it should be pretty easy for me to decide where to put it because I control the UI and I can put it anywhere I want. But the thing that makes it difficult is the core UI, this input file, the data table showing the imported data, the preview data table, and the flyout for the configurator. These are all provided by the data import library. The data import library is standalone. You could use each of the components individually and construct the UI yourself, or you can use the one data file import component that gives you all of this UI for free. And so I decided to just use that one component, which means that this UI here is self-contained and I can't like inject error messages. However, there is something in .NET 8, I think it started in .NET 7, that I might be able to leverage. But is it only in parent-child relationships? I've never used it before, so we're going to try it out now. Maybe someone already has information about how it works, which would be great. And of course, the thing that I'm talking about is a section, which is kind of like a partial, but I want to populate that section with error messages. But first, I was trying to get back to the code behind for this page so that I can update the if statement on, where even is that? That's the component. We're up here. The if statement here that Scott was talking about. So instead of using is null, I could use is something, or I think the reason I didn't do it for this one is because, oh yeah, okay, so it's mapper state. Yeah, okay. So if mapper state dot data file is null, or data file, yeah, I think this is the one that I don't know how to do, except that it's not data file dot table. It is an actual property on here. But I don't want to check both of them in the same check because, yeah, it just makes more sense to do them individually at this point. Since I'm going to write two anyway, I'm not checking the nullability on mapper file, so I don't need to check to see if that is something. I'm only checking, sorry, I'm not checking the nullability on mapper state. That is not going to be null ever, so I don't need to check is not nothing, is an object, with data file is not null, or is null. Or mapper state is an object where the active data table is null. This just reads odd to me. It's kind of repetitive, redundant, in my opinion, because I'm really only checking on data file or active data table properties. If I could combine them, like or active data table, is null, then that would be more beneficial, but I don't think this syntax exists. And I think this is saying if mapper state is something with data table and data file, sorry, data file and data table are null. So I don't think that would work. It's a good thought though. I do like using the pattern matching syntax better. I just don't think it's appropriate for this use case. Huh. Okay. So for whatever reason, has validation errors is most likely false in all cases. So let's find out. Has validation errors. Heck, are we still running? Running. Yes, supposedly hot reloaded. So if we push upload, we get a error. Of course we do. Dagnabbit. I thought that I fixed the styling of the of this. Interesting. Whatever. Ignore. Oh, actually don't ignore it because I lost my... I don't understand why that happens though. My dockable toolbar has its position fixed and it's a Z index higher than my top bar. It's in an element at the same level as my top bar. So it should always sit on top of my top bar. But for whatever reason, it disappears on occasion during hot reload events. I don't get it. And we're currently errored anyway. Baza, baza, baza. Right. I just remembered. I think that there's a specific table somewhere. Yeah, there is. For where we define our lab codes. And so this Eurofins lab would need to first be added to this table before we could use it. Yeah, so here's an example of us potentially using. I like how this is just a single character instead of an actual Boolean, of us potentially using any number of labs across the US. And each of these labs has their own special way of providing the results. Man, that's a lot. It's a lot of potential labs. Okay, lab data file that has errors. Push this button. Did we get a console write line? No, we didn't, because we're running in server. So there we go. Why then, oh why, wait, what? Okay, so that was fine. I just refreshed, which should mean that we are now running in Blazor WebAssembly. We will know that because we are downloading all the things somewhere. One of these tells us that we're running in WebAssembly. But we should now be running in WebAssembly. It's render mode auto, if you couldn't tell. So if I now drag and drop, and then I push the upload button, our console write line happens here. And it didn't do the request to the server. I don't like it when that happens. I stopped and restarted the app already, and after that second run, it was still sending the request to the server like it wasn't finding any validation errors. What if I load a user template? Is that what caused the validation errors to go away? So we have at least 2 validation errors. Let me guess, you're too long. Oh, right, yeah. Right. So this was on purpose. File type is only supposed to be 3 characters. And so I push upload. We didn't hit the server, probably because we have validation errors. Yay! Okay, it's working the way that it should. So let's get rid of our console writes. Do some cleanup real quick. Did you go away? And you go away. All right. Validation on the client side works. Now let's do the validation on the server side. Does anyone know where I put that? Lab data service server, upload data, and oh, right, mini commit. Validation on client side. Upload. Validation on client side. And now, check for required fields and field names. Okay, how am I going to do the validation when I don't have the field mappings, all I have are the data. I need to bind the upload rtrack data request model, or each of the list of rtrack upload data model, or rtrack upload models. I need to bind these to a model validator. Have I already written an extension method to do that? Model validator. Try validate object. So this requires a validation context. This one here. So this will generate a new context. Good. Uh-oh. Dukasoff says I'm kind of scared. Wait, first Dukasoff said .NET 7 is current because .NET 7.8.9. Dukasoff said I'm scared today. Or I'm kind of scared. Today my boss announced that she would cancel one of her websites. She wants me to redo it in Blazor, and the deadline is 3 to 4 months. I mean, I'm excited for you. That is not a long time to redo an entire website. I mean, of course, depending on the complexity of it, but also you predominantly work in WordPress. I know you have given yourself some more experience with Blazor, but I don't really know how much confidence you have in yourself. I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to do it, but it's still stressful. Sounds stressful. Okay, so we're gonna try validate object with object type on the server. For each var cur upload var validate. So since we do have quite a few more people in here than we usually do, if any of you happen to have time, and I really don't want to interrupt anything that you are currently doing, so don't answer if you aren't able to, but do you know how to access the data annotations within a class library? So I have an object called an rtrack upload model. That rtrack upload model is using data annotations. And what I'm wanting to do is to validate this model using those data annotations. In an MVC controller or an API controller, you get automatic model binding, which is cool because I could use model state.validate or something. Model state.isValid, I think. But as far as trying to do it programmatically in a class library that doesn't necessarily have the auto model binding setup or anything, I'm not quite sure how to do, because again, the thing that I am about to do is to create an IEnumerable validation results. IEnumerable validation result.empty. Oh, just enumerable. My bad. Enumerable dot valid of validation result dot empty. Enumerable dot empty of valid. I know how to do that. I promise. I know how to do this. Anyway, so I'm creating an empty enumerable of validation results, and I don't think I want to do it this way because there is no .add on enumerable. There's an insert, but I just want this to be easier. So we're just going to make a new list of validation result. Okay, so we're creating a new... It's because I'm asking a question that I can't even type my implementation. So my implementation is super easy. If not, cur upload dot try validate object out var results. Wait, you should be accessible. Oh, you aren't. Or you are. You are. Okay, good. So try validate object out var cur results. Anyway, give me a second to go back on that. But the point is, this is my algorithm right now. It's create a list of validation results to capture all of the errored rows, or the error results from any rows of data, any individual object in upload data, and accumulate them whenever there is an error. And finally, if validation results dot any x dot error message, so not string is null, white space error message, then return resp add error, and then we add all of the validation error messages. And why are you acting like... Due to differences in... They aren't null. So this is one of those cases where I would want to put a null forgiveness operator on this, because I am checking to make sure that the error message is not null or white space for any of the results. I mean, for all of the results, the error... Oh. Oh. No, I'm not. I'm just checking to see if there are any where the error message is not null or white space. So here I am going to extract only the non-nullable strings. Fine. Sure. Okay, so how did you set the max length? So max length, for example, is a data annotation. So this data annotation is built in to system.componentmodel.data annotations, and it inherits from validation attribute. Validation attribute is something that I can validate an instance of an object and get back the validation messages. And so that's how I'm doing it on a per object basis. But what I'm wanting to do is something similar to what you would do in a controller. Where are my endpoints? I guess it'd be hard for me to illustrate here because I'm using fast endpoints and I don't know if fast endpoints does model binding or not. I guess we may as well find out. Server. Oh, I'm so blind. Okay, so here is an example of one output. What is it called? Model state? Yeah, so if this was a traditional API controller or a MVC controller, I would have a model state, and we would get an automatic binding of the objects with data annotations. And I'd be able to use model state dot is valid, or I guess not model state dot is valid. But since I am in a regular class library that has nothing to do with APIs, it's just a standalone library. You could use this on the client side, on the server side, on a desktop app, on a console app. I'm wanting to apply the same data validation. And right now I'm just doing it manually, which is for each object in the list of objects, use my helper method that gets the validator from, I either cache it for this specific object or create a new one if it's not already cached for this specific instance. And so I'm guessing this is the binding method that runs behind the scenes. I was just hoping that there was something easier like var model state, and we somehow specify the list of objects that we're wanting to validate, and then we just check if model state dot not model state dot is valid, then return the model state dictionary stuff. Where's my... Come on, you were giving me suggestions with information about it. Okay, the validation state of a model state entry instance. Yeah, so I would need var model state entries equals upload request dot upload data dot select new model state entry. That gives us a selector where X is, yeah, and then model state entry here is an abstract class, it looks like. And so I'd have to figure out where the actual implementation is that I could use for doing the model binding directly. So yeah, I am definitely going to look that up later if no one happens to know off the top of their head. But otherwise, I'm just going to use my helper methods, and I'm going to find out what's wrong with this one. Correct, it doesn't accept a first argument of rtrack upload model. However, it does accept an argument of object, of t object, where t object isn't even constrained to be a class or anything. Do I have to specify rtrack upload model? Am I missing a parameter? No. Try validate object. Make sure that I typed this correctly. I don't need to specify the generic type because it's getting that from my reference object. Where is all of my pop-up stuff? Somebody help me out here. What type is cur upload currently? It should be an rtrack upload model. And I didn't mean you guys. I said somebody help me, and I meant one of the little gnomes or elves or whatever that are running around in the .NET compiler. Please help me with understanding what type cur upload is. Like, I'm hovering over these objects and expecting to see the IntelliSense pop-up. Show me the object types. I'm getting nothing. You are not being helpful. I was just touting about you, Visual Studio. Type hints, thank you. I know that there are terms for these things, but I don't know them. IntelliNonsense. So TBD Gamer, welcome back. I hope your meetings weren't super annoying. But I was encouraging people to follow your advice that I didn't follow, and that is to have your code, write your code in a way that it's not telling a lie. Because I really, really, really do like that advice and keeping that in mind. And wait, what? It went away. Okay. Cur upload is an rtrack upload model, is a nullable rtrack upload model. And I don't have an overload for a nullable rtrack upload. Okay. If cur upload is null, continue. And it still doesn't like that. Why not? rtrack upload model does not contain a definition for try-validate object and no extension method try-validate object accepting a first argument of rtrack upload model. But there is. When I F12 on it, it's right here. Try-validate object of t-object type with one parameter that is an out parameter. Am I referencing the right namespace? Our namespace is armits file import utility.helpers. Armits file import utility.helpers. And oh, it is public. Oh, but the okay. I think I see what's going on here. I made this internal because I didn't want external users to think that they could use these or for these to even appear for developers that are using this library. I don't want them to suddenly have a .try validate object method that they weren't expecting just because they were referencing this namespace. And because of that, I still wanted my internal components of that library to have access to it. So I did create the assembly info and I gave access to those reference libraries. to have access to this thingy, to the internals for this library. But the library that we're currently working in is an implementation that uses that upload library, the data import library. Therefore, if I add that to here, then I'm now establishing in this thing that's supposed to be open source a pattern of being able to use the helper methods from the RMA Lab data import service. From the file import utility. So if I'm going to do that, then why not just make this public? And that way you can opt to not have a reference to that namespace, in which case I will go ahead and move it to a different namespace. And I'm going to keep the folder structure being the thing that determines the namespace. So model validation folder, move you into the model validation folder, update the namespace. And that way, if you are using any of the other helpers from this library, you won't get that try validate. And now everything needs docs. Because it's all public. The object validate. Okay, this was a lot of words. Are you correct words? When this method returns false, contains a collection of validation results. If the object is not valid, otherwise null. Cool. We're just gonna put true and false, because there is a specific lang word. What are these called? I can't brain right now. We're getting close to the end of the day, and my brain is like, hey, you need to start winding down. I'm like, no, we're so close to being done. We're almost done. There is a tag that can be used for the lang words. I just can't think of what it is. One thing that I do normally use is the code tag. And that way, when you're looking at it, you can identify these words as something else. But I don't remember C having... Oh, I guess it really is in C. Well, never mind. We're going to keep C. I totally remember this giving me errors previously when I was using it. Whatever. It works. It's fine. Use C lang word. I guess I could have told or asked. I guess it's told, because at this point we're kind of commanding Copilot. I could have asked Copilot to generate the docs for all of these methods all at once, but I like reading through them one at a time as I'm having Copilot generate the statements. That way I can validate that the messages are, in fact, what it's doing. Oof. Oh dear. No. Oh wait, no, this is right. I am actually allowing it to return null reference exceptions. No, I'm not. I am handling... Oh, yes, I am. I am throwing a null reference exception if object is null. Good to know. Thank you, Copilot, for catching that. Points to house Copilot. Not making that mistake again. Oops, that was it. I am only ever returning argument null exception, right? No other exceptions? Does that look like I might have been returning an argument exception? But I'm not. I'm not. Just an argument null. Cool. Good. We're winning. So at this point, if we did get any validation errors on the service method for uploading, then we are not going to allow the upload to happen. Instead, we're going to add the validation errors to our return object and then return that object. TVD Gamer says, I have questions on the design here, but I don't know if I'm going to get them out in Twitch chat. We can review it. Oh, and I'm likely going to miss Community Day tomorrow. Totally okay. Yeah. However you want. Like, if it's something that you truly do want to help me with, like you really do think it'll enhance the code, the code management, especially because you know that I'm trying to rush through this, then we can meet after the stream in Discord. Otherwise, you know, feel free to chat it to me somewhere, private message in Discord, in the code help channel, wherever. I am open to hearing it. But at this point, that is the server-side validation. So we are going to write a test for this, which I'm probably going to do first thing in the morning, and then we'll all see it in tomorrow's stream. But let me get to our track upload test so that I can write a note for myself. Write a test that checks the validation logic of the lab data server service.upload data method. So we'll write this, I'll write this test tomorrow and make sure that the validation prevents an upload from actually happening if the object that I'm passing in is invalid. And the thing is that one of the techniques for making this go faster would be as soon as I encounter at least one object that has a validation error to return immediately. But I don't want to do that. I want the user to know all of the objects that had validation errors. Question is, will validation results serialize? I have a lot of issues with Microsoft libraries not serializing in system.text.json. So I hope this is not one of them. We're going to find out when I write the test. TBD, I don't know if you actually are typing out any of your thoughts on this, if you are trying to get them out in chat. I don't want to interrupt you if you are. I would like to hear what you have to say about it or ask about it. But we're getting close to the end of the stream. So I'm talking slowly and winding up, wrapping up a little, but slowly. So no rush on that. I will look around for any other streamers that I'm currently following to give TBD more time. Here are 2 dad jokes that we got for free. Otherbot says, 2 satellites decided to get married. The wedding wasn't much, but the reception was incredible. Wow, they're satellites now. They got upgraded to satellites instead of just antennae. And then we have another one that the best bot is giving us as soon as I start lurking on Canny's stream, who I think is who we're going to raid. He was in here earlier. Never answered my question about what type of creature he is classified as. But Candy Dev is a Godot streamer. So if you're not into game dev, I apologize, but I do really enjoy Candy Dev streams. So we're going to go over there. Okay, and then the other joke was, the best bots joke was, did you know that protons have mass? I didn't even know they were Catholic. Did you know that protons don't actually have mass? Annie is also a super clever software developer and architect. Yeah, does more than Godot. Today, he's working on Godot, but definitely more than just game development. Lots and lots of really cool technologies and knowledge. There are a lot of game devs. Thank you. Awesome. There are a lot of game devs that, you go to a game developer stream and you're expecting them to only have knowledge in Unity or Unreal or whatever other game engine, Godot, and be very specialized in that. But people like Bardaki and Clayman, they have all of this other knowledge about other software development areas and technologies, and it's really cool. And Canny, of course, is one of those that just has a wide range of knowledge. Sedalex is another one. Just tons of them. Irish John Games used to actually do web dev work. You should be streaming, Canny. Okay, so then TBD Gamer did post and said I was going to ask about the context and the static methods. Would be interested in seeing the full class again. Absolutely. Let's take a look. So this is my helper method for the model validation. And what I will do is, I think this will fit in a Twitch Turbo post. So I'll send that to you in a private message, but I'll go through it on stream really quick. Where is TBD? C# pasta. Oh, it's just going to post it as a text message because it's a lot of characters. I hope that's okay. But the starting point would be any of the try validate methods that don't specify their own context. So I wrote a helper method for get or create context, which I should have done as a, yeah, as an extension method, even if it's private. Ooh, it's his Twitch affiliate anniversary. Awesome. Hopefully we'll be able to celebrate with him. So the first thing that it does is if you don't specify a context for that instance of the object that you're trying to run validation on, and again, these validations are specifically using the data annotations put on an object. So in our case, it's this rtrack upload model that has string length requirements, that has required attributes. So these things here, the data annotations, and the specific data annotations that it grabs are the ones that are implementations of validation attribute or extensions of validation attribute. So it gathers all of the validation attributes, or I guess the first thing that it does is that it creates the context for it using new validation context for that instance, and then it caches it. So it adds it to the library, to the cache of object instance validation context. That way, the next time when we try to validate the same object instance, we already have the context and we just use that context to try validate. So then it calls the actual overload that has the validation context. And then it does validator, which is again, system.componentModel.data annotations object. So a built-in Microsoft object that has a static method, try validate object, where I pass in the parameters that we passed in. I just do some extra work up front. And then I compile the list of validation results. The reason that I have to specify the results here as a separate variable instead of doing out var is because this is a pass by reference. It's not an out object. So it was kind of weird. I don't know why this isn't an out object, but I made it an out object here. Yeah, so anyway, so we're populating the results using the try validate object. You pass in the instance and then the context for that instance. I really don't know why there isn't a context-less overload for this that gives you back validation results. There is only a context-less overload of this that gives you back true or false, that gives you back a Boolean. So I want the actual validation errors back. So anyway, I then populate my out variable and ultimately return whether or not it was valid. And then validate property is the exact same thing, except that we are doing it for a specific member and only validating that one member. And that is also the reason why in my context cache, when I'm retrieving the existing context for an instance, I'm clearing out the member name, because down here, when you're doing try validate property, we are setting the member name property of the context, of the reference to that cached context. I guess what I could do is clean it up and set it to null here. And then I wouldn't have to worry about it. It's a thought. But anyway, you now have the actual code itself. Feel free to use it. It will be shipped with the library. I do plan on making the library into a NuGet package. It'll be my first ever NuGet package that I'm planning on publishing to NuGet. So I want to make sure that I do get more test coverage on it. We'll spend more time on the actual library when we're doing that. But for now, this is what we have. Okay. Tomorrow, I'll go to this screen. Tomorrow we'll have regular community day at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Oh no, that's a great question. And since you most likely will miss community day, it was appropriate to ask here and now. But tomorrow, community day at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time, UTC -7. Again, that would be from 3 hours ago and some change. Until an hour ago. And then after that's done, I'll stream for another 3 hours, provided nothing else comes up. But the work that we're going to be doing, if I don't finish it first thing in the morning, is, yes, I didn't even realize, thanks Digisoft, it is currently 13:37. The user that has asked for this utility has sent me a message indicating that the RMA water application has an error. And so I need to investigate and resolve that error. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Great. So we're going to do some debugging tomorrow. Again, if I don't get it done first thing in the morning, that is, because I am ending my workday. Yes, it is only 13:30 my time, but I start my workday at 4:30 in the morning, and I take an hour break for exercise, and then I work for the rest of the day. So that's a total of 8 hours, and yeah, that's it. Okay, as mentioned though, we're going to raid out to Canny Dev. I hope you do stick around, but if you're not into Godot game development, you don't have to. I did that so wrong. Dang it. According to Dukasoft, it is his Twitch affiliate anniversary, so wish him a happy anniversary. I will be changing computers after we raid him. I'll be taking a quick break, but I'll be lurking on his channel until 3:30, at which time I will go upstairs and cook dinner. Oh man, so looking forward to dinner today. Thank you for your streams, TBD Gamer. I love your streams. Remember to check out his stream if you have the time. Again, 9 a.m. Eastern time, UTC -5. Definitely worth your time for .NET content. .NET development content. So, all right, that's it for me for today. I'll go ahead and finish up the waving, turn up the music, turn off the mic, turn off the camera, and wish you all a fantastic rest of your day. Until the next time I see you, whenever you can make it, I would really, really appreciate your company. You guys are all awesome. Thanks for being you. Ciao for now. And the music fades itself out because it was at the end of the song. Not helpful.